Um, I think it's a little momentous. We made our 1,000th tag last night. Sam, thank you. And it's for Hillsong Hydrology, which is exciting. So Hillsong Hydrology is on Maine now. Now we have to figure out how to support it. The next task, but it's exciting that that capability is here.
Is that 1,000 on GitHub?
That's on GitHub.
For CTSM, yeah.
So a lot of work.
There would have been 1,000 before that too, probably.
Probably, yeah, plenty preceding work. So, yep, all right. Yes, I'll let you.
Yeah, good go?
Yep.
All right, cool. So welcome to the third day of the Land Model Working Group and Biogeochemistry Working Group. So this morning we have talks over model parameterization and calibration, and then this afternoon sessions will be dedicated to fates. So we've got 4 talks before a 10:30 break, and we're gonna go ahead and just introduce our first speaker, who is Narendra Reddy, who will be talking about improving the representation of major Indian crops in the community land surface model version 5.0, using site-scale crop data set and evaluating the impact on surface fluxes. And if you want to go ahead and share your screen, we'll get going here. All right, we can see you, Narendra.
Is my screen visible right now?
All right, so yep, we can see your presentation. That looks great. So you'll have between 15-20 minutes, and I'll give you a little indication of when you've got about a minute left. Okay?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, go for it.
Yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone. And I'm Narendra Reddy. I'm a PhD student at Center for Atmospheric Sciences, IIT Delhi. My advisor is Somnath Daidroy, and I'm working with collaborators, the following collaborators mentioned here: Sam, Danika, Varma, Ruchira Biswas, and Chiru Nayak. The topic, this is an work that I have carried out for the past 1.5 years now. So we're showing the results that we have got, and soonly we are going to submit this to the JMDE paper as well. Improving the representation of major Indian crops in CLM5 using site-scale crop data set. So earlier title was a mouthful, so I've shortened it to just keep it this way. So coming to major Indian crops in LSM, there has been an issue for a long time to representing the Indian crops. That is mainly because of lack of accessible crop data set for calibration and validation. So for example, a study by Galit et al. 2020 I looked at spring wheat specifically in an ISAM land surface model. Had to use only one site data and 2 years of growing seasons data to calibrate the model and validate. And this was used to study the whole wheat growing region in India. So that is not the right way or scientifically acceptable way to do it. So what we are trying to do in this work is to build the data set that can be used by various land surface modelers to represent Indian crops better. That is one objective that we are coming up. Another study by Danika in 2020, which the paper talking about simulating agriculture in CLM5 has stated that the yield simulated for rice and wheat in Indian region has large biases. So what is the reason? What is the reason of this large biases? We wanted to investigate, and we'll talk about this in future in the coming slides. And the third interesting point was the simulation of irrigation patterns by CLSM, study by Mathur and Achyutarao. What they have found is the irrigation pattern simulated over the Indian region has a maximum over April and May, which is that this time the crops do not grow much. They are close to their harvest region. Not much water is used, and just close to the monsoon months as well. So the control run is way off from the observed. So what is causing this irrigation pattern, this errors in irrigation pattern by CLSM? So these are the things that we wanted to address through our work. Coming to the first point, we wanted to first create the crop data set for from experimental agricultural sites. We have over 80 agricultural colleges or universities across India where students conduct experiments on an yearly basis and report their results in thesis. So until recently, these were not available to look at, but they were put on a thesis repository called Krishi Kosha. We have looked into those things and put together this data set which is available in Pangea, and it's got DOI, so you can go ahead, look at the data, and might be useful for most of you. So as we can see here, initially, as I mentioned, the only study that has worked on wheat was Galet et al., who used only one site. Here we have over 20 sites for wheat and 20 or more than 20 for rice, and they have a good spatial coverage as well. So using this kind of data set, we can make better representation of uh, crops that are grown in India in the land surface models. To give an example, what are the crop parameters that we have extracted? These are only few. The leaf properties are here, the irrigation, yield, root parameters, evergrown biomass. Additionally, there are experiments in these theses we can find where they have looked at the effect of different nutrient levels added to the crop, different irrigation levels, and what is the effect of uh, uh, planting crops in various times. So these kind of experiments are done, and those are sensitivity experiments that can be used by modelers like us to calibrate our models better to represent crops which can tolerate any kind of climate and seasonal changes. So this is the first part. Coming to the second part, where we wanted to investigate the CLM5, we have run the land only model using data atmosphere and using GSWP3 data as atmospheric as an input data set. We ran two sets of simulations. One is a site scale simulations to calibrate the crop module, and then the regional simulations with the crop with a calibrated model to look at how that is affecting our regional scale fluxes. So to make the initial changes, we have looked at these parameters. These are the major parameters that we have looked at. We have looked at other parameters as well, but they found through our sensitivity studies, we found those are not really helping much in improving the model. So the two main important thing that we have looked that we have realized is planting dates or the planting window for wheat and rice. The planting window for wheat in the default model, like the CLM5 prescribed, is April 1st to June 15th. But in reality, when wheat is grown during the Rabi season, which starts in late October and goes till December. So we have, instead of fixing such a long period, we have gone within 30 days or 45 days windows, and we have experimented with 3 or 4 such windows, and we have found that this particular window starting from November 15 to December 31 gave us the best results in case of wheat. And similarly, in the case of rice, which has a planting window initially from Jan 1st to Feb 28th, uh, we found that the main major part of rice, so the rice is basically grown in various seasons. The major part of rice is grown during the monsoon season, where crops have much water availability. Um, we have used that particular window, and we have calibrated. We have found that this particular window of 45 days gives us the best results when comparing with observations. Similarly, from our literature survey, we have found that the minimum planting temperature and the planting temperature are different from what is prescribed in the CLM5 model. We have changed those things. So another important parameter that we have looked at was the base temperature, which was different to the crops that are grown in India. Wheat was supposed to have a base temperature of 5 degrees Celsius. We have used that, and rice was pretty consistent with our literature survey, so we haven't changed anything. But coming to grain fill parameter, we had the grain fill parameter in wheat was performing well, but in rice, the grain fill parameter of zero point 0.4 was giving results which are with large biases in yield. So we had to tinker or test various values, and 0.65, the value around 0.65 gave us the best result. So we are using 0.65 for grain fill parameter for rice. So this is a first set of parameter changes that we have done, and these are used in the CLM5 mod 1 case, and we are going to look at the results in coming slides. So this particular parameter is going to the mod 1 case, and we have done another set of sensitivity experiments where we wanted to look at an important parameter, base temperature. In CLM5, the wheat and sugarcane have a latitudinal varying base temperature ability to account for the crop varieties that can be used during the in the tropical region, because the temperatures vary a lot in this short span of 10 to 15, 20 degree latitude. So we wanted to do that. So for those, we have selected these sites at for wheat and rice. We are running the experiments for 2000 to 2014, and this particular sites, we wanted to check what we wanted to experiment with all the possible base temperatures around the nominal base temperature that we have found in mod 1 case. In the case of spring wheat, we have tested around 5 degrees Celsius. We have tested 4 degrees Celsius lower than the 5 degrees Celsius and greater than that. And we can see a nice inverted curve here, which gives us three of the sites gives the lowest bias at 5 degrees Celsius, but there are sites close to 4-5 sites which gives us the least bias at various temperatures. The bias here shows the average of LAI yield and growing season length. And coming to rice as well, the default case, as we can see, has a large bias here. And to note, the bias here is also due to the parameter, the grain fill parameter of 0.4. When we change the grain fill parameter to 0.65, the bias has come down. But nevertheless, when we are tested with other base temperatures, we can see there are sites which are working well at 8 degrees Celsius and which are working at 9, and some towards the southern parts which are performing better at 11 and 12 degrees Celsius. Now, a tabular form can be seen here where we can see the lower sites at 14 and 17 degrees north in the case of rice are performing better at 12 and 11 degrees Celsius, but towards the higher latitude, they're performing better at 9 and 8. Similarly, the case is pretty similar to the wheat as well. So using this data set, using these variables of this data from latitude and the minimum bias at the base temperature is producing, we have tried to solve for this particular equation used in the CLM model, and we have come up with these parameters. The fit can be seen in these two diagrams, wherein the mod 1 case uses the constant base temperature of 5 degrees Celsius for wheat and 10 degrees Celsius for rice, and in the mod 2 case uses these parameters, and the base temperature varies in such a way, shown in orange color in the mod 2 case. So these are the two modifications that we have done to the model, and if we look at the results at site scale, what we can see is that towards the northern latitude, the model is performing really well. The LAI with mod 1 is improving, and with mod 2 is as higher performance. And one important thing that we need to note is that the default case is simulating crop in totally different time period than what the observations are present here. And in the latitudes between 20 to 25 degrees north, the model is not unable to improve much, and we can see a larger bias is still present, but we are unable to bridge that gap using any other variable. We need to get into maybe the carbon allocation and the dry matter allocation parameters, but that would again make the calibration very rigorous, and that would cause some more results. So we are just sticking to this right now, and the scatter plot is really interesting here. Here we are not comparing the exact day of the year comparisons between the observations and the model, but the growing season days. For example, if we suppose this growing season day is around 30 days after sowing, so we are considering 30 days after sowing, what is the LAI value simulated by default case. So when we have plotted this on the scatter plot, we can see the default case is simulating with a negative correlation here at minus 4.5. And with these improvements of mod 1 and mod 2, we have come to a positive R value, and increase in mod 2 case of 0.3. A similar observation can be seen in rice as well, with improvements. Uh, the growing season length was simulating better in the case of rice, but the LAA values had a slight improvement with the modifications, and that can be seen in our scatter plot as well. So moving ahead, looking at the LAI on a Taylor diagram, we can see in the case of spring wheat, with the improvements, the model has improved from negative correlation to positive correlation. There is a slight worsening improvement in the mod 1 case, but when we are using the mod 2 case, there is slight worsening or higher error can be seen in the yield case, but there is a considerable increase in the growing season length in the case of spring wheat. When we come to the case of rice, we can see an improvement in the LA simulations here, which has very uh, uh, higher RMSE. And the main improvement that can be seen in the case of rice is the yield simulations, where the bias is much higher and it has reduced, and close to pretty close to zero bias can be seen in the case of rice. And growing season length is doing much worse in the case of rice, and need to investigate what are the reasons that is causing this kind of an behavior in rice, and hopefully fix it. And the same results are shown here in an tabular form. So moving ahead, the two main one of the main uh, drawbacks of the earlier CLM5 simulations that we have discussed in the very first slide was the yield simulations at a regional scale. We are comparing with the same stat data. In the case of rice, there's a considerable increase in the better improvement in the yield simulations, but that cannot be said in the case of spring wheat. There is one mixed responses in different regions. In the southern part, there is a slight improvement, I would say, but in the eastern parts, there is an worsening. There is an overestimation of yield estimates. The major improvement can be seen in the way how the irrigation patterns are simulated in the CLM5 mod cases. You can see as a reference, for reference, we are using the study from Bayman et al., who have looked at irrigation in the Indo-Gangetic plain over these particular crop sets. So, excuse me. Comparing those results, we can see the default is as we've seen in the first slide as well. The default is simulating irrigation maximum in the April, May, and June months. But from Bayman et al., we can see the irrigation for wheat increases in the Rabi season and continues till in the end of Rabi season. So that is what we can see in the case of the modified simulations as well. For the case of wheat and rice, one major difference between Bayman et al. Is that they have used multiple wheat cropping over the growing season, and that's why we can see a positive water demand throughout the year. And that's not the case in the case of wheat and rice. We can grow only crop both the irrigated and the rain-fed only during one season, and that is one drawback that we need to fix in the where we can grow rice, the rain-fed rice in a different period and irrigated rice in a different period. And that is the same uh, uh, drawback of growing rice, both irrigated and rain-fed in one season, is causing the bias, the overall larger bias in LAA, as well as you can see in the coming slides. If we just look at the monthly averages of LAI, the maximum monthly average on an regional scale can be seen from August, wherein high values of MODIS LAI can be seen. During the same months, LAI is pretty low in the default case, but in the mod 1 and mod 2, we have rectified that. Maximum LAI is simulated during the April, May, and June months in the default case. And a similar observation can be made in the simulation of GPP as well, wherein maximum GPP is observed during August, September, October, and November. And a maximum LAI GPP is simulated by the default case in uh, April, May, and June season. So there is definitely the wrong simulation of GPP in the way in terms of seasonality can be seen in the default case, and that can be seen from these Taylor diagrams as well. There's an improvement, definitely an improvement in the LIA simulations in terms of correlation, but a larger bias can be seen here. This can be understood by because we are growing both the rain-fed and the irrigated crop in the same season. That's why there is a larger bias. If we can distinguish between or grow the rain-fed and irrigated in two different seasons, so I think we can get down these bias in Salem. And the largest improvement that can be seen in these runs is a GPP simulated by CLM5, where it is negatively correlated initially to positively correlated, and the standard deviation is pretty close to the observations as well. And we have also looked at the fluxcom, latent heat, and the sensible heat, and we can see with these modifications, there's an improvement in the both the latent heat and the sensible heat fluxes. So in this way, by just representing the Indian crops in a better way, in a more realistic way, we are able to improve model and various energy and carbon and water fluxes. So that comes to the end of my presentation. Current study is an example how accurate representation of regional crops improves these fluxes. And what we're doing now is defining the crop parameters globally, saying in the northern hemisphere, this is when the crop, the wheat grows. Instead of that, we can have a more grid level definition. In this grid level, what is the sowing date, what is the planting window? If we do on that basis, I think we can have much better results. And special thanks to Peter. He was the one who have contacted 2 years ago for the GVP program and pitched this particular thing. He had shown great interest, and that didn't go through, but he had allowed me to connect with Sam and Danika, and who have helped me throughout my project. Thank you all, and thanks for listening, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Narendra. Okay, I believe we have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. So if there's any in the room and then online. Yeah, Sam, let's start with you.
Yeah, thanks, Narendra. It's great to see all the progress on this. One comment, you mentioned that bias can be further reduced if irrigated and rain-fed were allowed to run at different times. That actually should be possible, just because the season, the like beginning and end of sowing window parameters on the parameter file actually are they can be different between.
Yeah, they are different, and I have tried giving a run where I have given different seasons planting windows for both rain-fed and irrigated, but I don't know, the model blows up and it doesn't give any right results there. When I try to plot them, I couldn't find anything that is like that. Also, there is some issue when we are trying to do that, so we need to maybe test once again and maybe look at it.
Okay, yeah. Could you please file an issue on the GitHub, and I'll work on that.
Sure.
I mean, even if you specify planting windows, the growing degree days and stuff like that could still force it to grow at the same time. So that could be part of the challenges, that there's multiple things that need to be changed.
Yeah, it might be.
Okay, Dave?
This is kind of Narendra raised a point that I want to ask the crop modelers, and actually more CLMers more generally, is this idea of spatially explicit parameters, not just planting date, right? It could be everything. And should we, is that like the thing we really need to do to move forward? And I think, and the answer to that is yes. And I think we can actually extend that to not just crop parameters, to any of our parameters. And so I've been meaning to bring this up at a software engineering meeting, which I never go to anymore, is, would there be the ability, it'd be really cool in CLM if we had the ability to like choose each parameter explicitly and say we want to choose and use this one spatially explicit, rather than kind of like moving to all of them as spatially explicit all the time, but like have the code be flexible enough to be able to say, for this run I want to make this one spatially explicit, and I just give it a data set and it works. Anyway, it's like probably totally impossible to do that.
No,
But-
it might just be messy.
We just have to design, I mean,
Maybe not impossible,
the
hard.
current design, I mean, we just have to look at the current design of how we're reading in the surface data set, and it might need to get redesigned, but it's not
Well,
definitely
but each
not.
parameter would then need to have a dimension by grid cell. And
Or each grid cell would have to have its own parameter class associated with it.
anyway, maybe this is just a plug to like, we should have that conversation sometime, maybe post CLM6 crush, but I feel like we're kind of like run up against the end of what we can do with the sort of global parameter values.
Or
for
you could do like the grid cell would have the stochasticity would vary by grid cell. If you had if you didn't know necessarily, I don't know, if you had a parameter that varied spatially, but you didn't know exactly how, but you knew the variation, you could have it, and that would be really easy to do. That would just be a code thing. not a surface data thing, but yeah.
And I just want to point out that Josh Reddy online said that some parameters could be overridden by spatial input settings.
That's what I'm sort
Yeah,
of
that's-
suggesting.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Maybe if you specify a stream file, then it uses that instead.
Okay. All right, great. Narendra, thank you again. Okay, so it looks like our next speaker, Brett, is online, and Brett is going to be talking with us about improving forecasts of land surface processes using CLM Dart. So Brett, would you like to share your screen? Looks good. And then go into presentation mode, please. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks great. All right, floor's yours.
All right, thank you. So yeah, I'm Brett Raskin. I'm an associate data scientist within the Dart group within CESM, and we run and support the Dart software. So that's an Ensemble DA software package that is meant to be coupled with geophysical models, including CESM and of course CLM. So I'd just like to review some work that's been going on with CLM Dart. So to kind of put it in context against other different implementations of CLM. So everyone knows like the CLM BGC formulation, which is, and what I'm trying to show here is like increasing levels of constraint as we go down. And so this is CLM BGCs in full prognostic mode. It's influenced by the initial and boundary conditions. And of course, you can argue observations go into estimating parameters in the different comp sense. But in general, it's an unconstrained version of CLM. As we go down, CLM-SP or satellite phenology, very useful implementation that helps to remove biases and leaf area or canopy height. But one of the drawbacks, of course, is that you have to shut down active biogeochemistry when you're running it, so you can't fully interrogate portions of the model. CLM Dart is a little bit more versatile, so you can update observed and also unobserved land surface properties based on their correlation with the observed properties. It's fully Bayesian, so the prior information is retained, usually coming from the model and kind of weighting that against the observation. And because it's an ensemble DA framework, the uncertainty quantification is kind of embedded in the process. And so just an example of what we're doing here, just to kind of to show for people who's perhaps new to Dart, is that we're trying to confront a prior understanding of what the model state is, and we're confronting that against, and here I'm just showing a suite of observations from satellites, for example. In the Bayesian sense, we're combining these two, taking into account uncertainty and trying to come up with the best posterior. And so what we do to induce spread in CLM is we use a reanalysis ensemble as many as 80 members within CAM Dart. So we're using Dart to sample the uncertainty within the CAM state. We run a forecast forward until we encounter an observation. In this case, I'm using biomass, above ground biomass as an example. So we're operating the forward. Forward operator is using fundamental variables within CLM to calculate above ground biomass. And also the latitude and longitude is also important for interpolation. The next step is that we actually apply the filter algorithm to update to the posterior. So the blue lines are the increments. So our prior understanding is being updated and getting closer to the observation. And kind of a key step there is that the observed variable is updated, but we also regress those increments, the y-axis here, onto all the other unobserved, that are directly unobserved variables. So both carbon or nitrogen state, it also could apply to water states as well, so that the model is updated kind of in cohesiveness with itself. And then we run the forecast again, and then we repeat again after that. And so just some examples in the Arctic Boreal system that we've been working on. If you run CLM by itself in this implementation, it overestimates the amount of leaf area across this region, which is what the dark red colors show. If you introduce observations of leaf area and biomass, you reduce that bias compared to the observations. And this has a cascade effect on other properties within the model. So of course, not only the bias is removed, but it also improves the phenology or the timing of leaf area. If you look at the time series down here, it also improves the canopy height if you reduce the biomass. So the prior in the blue here is the free run. And then the height itself is getting more comparable to the ISAT observations in this example. But also if we look at ILAM as a benchmark, we can see that we're improving most of our carbon cycle and hydrological variables as well using ILAM. The one kind of exception is net ecosystem exchange. That's because we're not directly accounting for soil carbon, which is tricky to estimate up in the Arctic, and also snow water equivalent as well. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. I know parameters are important to a lot of people, rightfully so. So just saying here that updating the state of the system doesn't solve everything. So this is illustrated through this time series of a global leaf area simulation for Arctic grass here. So the free run is in blue. The observations are down here in green. The assimilation in purple is doing a nice job of matching the observations. But a true test of updating the model state is if once you run an extended forecast in orange here, so that means you're depriving it of observations. Does it stay down? How much skill does the forecast have? You can see here, it's not sticking to the observations. It's kind of being attracted back to the free run. So this suggests it's not an initial condition bias problem. It's an inherent parameter structural issue. And so just another way to illustrate this is showing seasonal average CPP across that Arctic boreal region again. This is the free run in yellow above. The observations in this case are FluxCom, which is really a reanalysis machine learning product. If we do the state updates with leaf area and biomass, we get a better match, but we get an even better match if we take into account issues with the parameters, so updating the parameters. So in this case, what we did was actually change the structure, so changed the light response curve, made it a function of temperature for these Arctic species. So it was a combination of the two that actually gave more consistent behavior with the observations. So moving to a different ecosystem, so Sub-Saharan East Africa, where our collaborators were trying to use remote sensing data to verify forest restoration practices. So in this region, it's not quite desert or tropics, but it does transition from a forested area in the south to more arid shrubs and grassland to the north. And so kind of the opposite of the Arctic boreal region, if you run a free run here, we're actually underestimating the simulated leaf area. If you assimilate, we are seeing a boost in leaf area. And these are the kind of the differences here between the assimilation and the free run, showing a boost of leaf area across the entire region. This is just looking at the time series, just showing a comparison between kind of the low estimate of the free run versus the assimilated run. These are still negative values because this is in reference to the observation. So we're not quite getting all the way there. So what we need to do, because this is underestimating leaf area, we need to evaluate this by PFT performance to check for any PFTs that were dying out. The DA methods, they're very helpful, but if you kill off a particular PFT and it hits zero, you cannot bring it back to life, so to speak. So you have to be watching and reseeding if you need be. The other steps that we need to include is increase the ensemble size. So this ensemble size for this run was less than 20. And so we recommend more than 40. So we're trying to go up to 60 to sample the uncertainty a bit better. Once we get the leaf area and biomass assimilation kind of ironed out, we're trying to use the SMAP soil moisture and SIF also to improve our estimation of the region. So switching to the hydrologic cycle. So this is work done over the China domain. So just showing the different climate regimes from the moist, low elevation in the east, the kind of the dry, the high elevation in the west. Here we're using CLM45 with satellite phenology enabled. For the observations, we're using a European Space Agency product, the CCI product. We're rescaling that product with another reanalysis product to try to make it a little bit easier in terms of taking out some biases and excluding frozen data. We also have particular regions that have site level data. We have subsurface data that we can benchmark against. And so just showing some of the results here, a lot going on in this figure. This is a figure of the time series of bias of both our forecast and green in our analysis. So that's the prior and the posterior respectively. And so 0 is at the top of the axis. So we're reducing the bias, not quite getting all the way there, but definitely reducing it by half, which is really what we're trying to go after. The pink, the magenta is really showing the number of observations, and there's some seasonal variation there based on which soils are frozen as well. But generally, this is optimistic. In terms of how we're doing at the surface, so here's just some statistics of how the DA run in terms of correlation is doing against the observations compared against the free run. So the redder the color, the higher the correlation is with the actual observation product. This is what we're going for. And on the right, the bluer the color, the more reduction in RMSE we get with our data assimilation run, which is what we want to go for. Because we're also updating the subsurface, the unobserved soil moisture and lower levels, so these are with depth down to 100 centimeters, but we allowed the surface observation to influence the soil moisture down to about 1 meter. Here we're showing improved correlation with the in situ measurements, which we were hoping for. A little more subtle improvement with the unbiased RMSE. We're seeing some reduction in the RMSE as well. So we haven't actually looked to see how that influences the soil moisture influences GPP, but that's certainly an interest to a lot of the community. Then there's transitioning to snow-dependent systems. So across the Western United States, it's been established that it's very sensitive. So the amount of GPP is extremely sensitive to soil moisture limitations shown in a previous piece of work that I've led here. What we're trying to do now at Utah is trying to improve the snow cover content itself in order to improve the GPP simulation. So here, the observation product we're using is SNODOS, and you're comparing it against the free run of SWE. This is in April across 2004 to 2010, and just showing that the snow tends to be, the SWE content tends to be low and melts off extremely early for the configuration we used. And so we hope to improve that here. I wish I had more results to show here. There's still some bugs we need to work out in this system. This is a complicated thing to update because when we update the entire SWE column, we have to then repartition. We try to repartition that information to the different layers. So still working on that, hope to have more updates soon. Moving on to solar-induced fluorescence. So the popularity here is its similarity to GPP, kind of having a flux tower in the sky to kind of estimate GPP. And so this is just an analysis over the Southern Sierras and showing kind of similar spatial patterns between the Tropomi SIF, kind of in the red here across this elevation gradient, and the FluxCom GPP as well. And so hypothetically, if you go over this complex terrain area in the Sierras, this is a Hofmahler diagram. X-axis is time of year, and the elevation on the Y-axis. You have ideal growing conditions kind of in this bullseye that's less affected by the cold and light limited times of year, density limitation at the highest elevations, and then in the fall moisture limitations. So if you look at the same plot with the Tropomi SIF, you can see we have a similar configuration to our hypothesis here, not exactly the same. If we run a free run of CLM BGC, we can see we don't quite capture that pattern. We see higher GPP at high elevations, the LAI, and we see this tongue of no GPP later in the season, indicating the soil moisture limitations there. If we run a satellite phenology configuration, we can see that overestimated high elevations was really due to LAI, but we're not quite capturing the timing and the pattern. And so we think we can incorporate the SIF information to better constrain CLM. We already have observations of kind of moisture and leaf area, so we think we can use SIF as a constraint on a nutrient limitation as well. So that work is ongoing. And just quickly, just brief, there's interest in the community with doing coupled land atmosphere modeling with constraints from the land surface as well in terms of seasonal forecasting. So this is just a quick slide I wanted to share from the CMCC folks over in Italy who are using CLM in a data simulation system to adjust leaf area. This is the left column here showing they're removing the biases of the free run when assimilating leaf area. It's showing the impact on the surface energy balance. So the latent heat in this case, which should have implications for seasonal forecasting. And just kind of switching to a minute, I know I've been showing a lot of regional and global analyses, but just showing kind of what I'd like to advocate for is kind of more research done at the site level as well with Dart. And so I've kind of trying to been building software components that can ingest the OneFlux flux tower data. The advantage here is kind of there's less biases perhaps than the remote sensing products, which are kind of like spectral radiances and it also propagates uncertainty really well, which is critical for Dart Ensemble DA systems. So just creating software to help ingest that data, creating tools to create a site level ensemble for the met forcing, not using like regional ensemble products, which because of the spatial mismatch wouldn't perform very well. And so I've had conversations with others. I know there's a lot of development with using site generation tools like the Run Neon and also Run Tower to generalize different site level work. But I kind of envision Dart perhaps as kind of like a way to fuse the data sets and the site level generation together to do some more cool science. I'm not funded really to do, I kind of tried to do this on my own time, but I do see a lot of value in trying to pursue this. I'm not sure how I'm doing for time, so I'll kind of leave these conclusions here. Again, we're most capable of assimilating leaf area and biomass, pushing towards soil moisture and SIF to get a better constraint on the full system. And there's other challenges that we're trying to address in terms of parameter estimation and also introducing new types of filter algorithms that directly deal with state variables that are nonlinear and non-Gaussian. So thank you.
Hey, thank you. Okay, we do have time for questions, so anybody in the room with questions, or if we have any online questions, feel free to put something in the chat, or you can raise your hand and address Brett. Yeah?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how to deal with the fact that like any LAI product has also got substantial uncertainty associated with it, since it's a separate model, basically.
Yeah, I mean, so you're really at the mercy of the uncertainty of the LAI product or any remote sensing products. You hope that the data providers can provide at least some estimate, some reasonable estimate of uncertainty with that. So it will weight that observation against your prior understanding of the leaf area. So you're just not taking, you're just not prescribing leaf area. So, I mean, you're absolutely right. That's why I was kind of emphasizing the quantification of uncertainty in data products, because we require that to come up with the best posterior estimate that we can. But yeah, it is vulnerable to being overconfident if the uncertainty is, if you're overconfident in your uncertainty of your observation.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions from in the room? Yes?
Yeah, thanks, Brett. This is really interesting. In addition to soil moisture, have you thought about the vegetation water content retrievals from SMAP and the degree to which there might be any information in there that kind of links maybe the soil moisture with the vegetation?
Yeah, so I definitely thought about that. I know there's work in the community looking at kind of vegetation optical depth to get it canopy water content. I am definitely interested in that. As long as we have a way to calculate like an expected observation from CLM, it would depend on the Ford operator in order to get the expected observation to compare against that satellite observation. Yeah, as long as we can do that, we can input that into the Dart software.
Okay. Any more in-person questions? I didn't see anything pop up online. Oh yeah, Josh, go for it.
So I don't know, Dart obviously requires you to have observation data, but can you use Dart to adjust a historical run prior to sort of get it closer to the real state at present day prior to a scenario run into the future? Or is that something, I mean, I know obviously if the parameters are part of the reason that you have a difference between your observations, it's not going to correct for that. But it does create sort of, if you're considering your initial state, the end of the historic run, it could potentially get you closer to that and improve your ability to do forecasts, at least in the short term, until those parameters begin to cause you to drift off again. Is that something that Dart is set up to do, or is it sort of only set up for certain runs?
I don't know if I get the subtlety of the question. I mean, it is, so as long as you have, I mean, you're right. So it's meant to do to create reanalysis products, so doing a hindcast that's constrained with observations. So you can kind of, you get the free run to be more close to the observations. As soon as you go into forecast mode, right, you kind of lose the memory of whatever updates you made to the state, and you're more at the mercy of the parameters, right, that have gone into it. So the work that's being done for parameter estimation certainly would help your forecast skill going forward. I don't know if that fully answers your question.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're just the time frame over which the Dart integration data would actually help would probably be very short, so it might not be actually useful.
I think it depends on the application, of how much memory you would have on that. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Brett. Okay, so let's move on to our third speaker, Thomas Kavu, who's going to be talking to us about computationally efficient method for predicting evapotranspiration using a Gaussian process regression emulator. All right, nice, and we can see your screen. So, Thomas, floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Thomas, and I'm from Climate, Water, and Society Lab at Auburn University, and I work under Dr. Sajid Kumar, and I'm going to give a talk about computationally efficient method for predicting evapotranspiration using Gaussian process regression emulator. You're welcome. Process-based land surface models are important in understanding the changing climate, and there is a very important need in understanding evapotranspiration because evapotranspiration acts as the linkage between carbon, water, and energy cycles. And importantly to note is that about 65% of the annual precipitation returns back to the atmosphere as evapotranspiration. So the current representations of land surface processes in land surface models exhibit large uncertainties. And for example, in this graphic, we can see the CLM model output at one of the sites, one of the neon sites, and the red line, which shows the model output, and the black, which shows observations. From the representation, we see that CLM underestimates evapotranspiration. And therefore, there is need for more accurate or better climate projections, which will help understand climate carbon feedback. And robust and computationally efficient models, such as emulators, are important for scalability and practicality. So what happens is that when land surface models want to better represent land surface processes, what they do is they add the representation of some of these processes. And just an illustration of, for example, the hydrology component of the CLM5, and which represents different hydrological processes within the model. And if, for example, we want to better capture the transpiration in CLM5, what happens is that we go into the model and we keep adding more details for better representation of some of these processes. And what that leads to, it leads to more comprehensiveness, and eventually we have a more complex model that requires more computational resources to run or to execute. So what we had on our hands was we ran perturbed parameter experiments at point scale, and we managed to generate 400 different simulations using 30 parameters that affect processes in the CLM5. And here is a summary of the evapotranspiration output from all the 400 simulations. And as we can see, when we look at the lower end, some of the simulations yielded out relatively zero values or no values. And we were thinking of building an emulator, but one of the important things to note when you're trying to build a machine learning model or an emulator is the importance of the input data sets that you have. So if your input data sets are of bad quality, you are most likely going to develop a model of poor quality. And so we narrowed down these simulations, and we filtered them using a performance evaluation metric, whereby we extracted the 10% best performing simulations, and we were left with about 40 simulations or 40 samples from the 400 initial samples. The other thing that we did was in our PPEs or parameter perturbation experiments, we used about 30 parameters. And then we've performed a sensitivity analysis. And from these 30, we see that about 7 of these parameters contributes to 63% of the total variance in ET that is simulated using CLM5. So we decided to, instead of using all the 30 parameters, we developed different types of emulators using these 7 and these 40 and other types of emulators using all the 400 and all the 30 parameters. I'm going to briefly introduce the emulator that we used, and we adopted the emulator designed and developed by Watson 2021, the ESM. And basically what Gaussian process regression means, it's just a regression that estimates the functional form of y and relates it to fx, that is the inputs. And it's largely driven by Gaussian processes, which is defined by a mean function, mx, and a covariance function, which are the two building blocks of Gaussian process regression models. And given a set of training data x and corresponding values y, the GP defines a prior distribution from these inputs. And here in this graphic, it just summarizes the Gaussian process regression prediction, where we have the inputs, that is the x inputs, and we use those to define the kernel matrix in the dimension of n by n, and the outputs is represented as a vector y. And by solving this equation, then we are able to make a prediction. That is, the predicted distribution at point x given training data x and y is realized once you solve this equation here. So this is the design of our emulator. We have our inputs, that is the 7, one of the designs that we had, we use only the 7 parameters, and we also include forcing data sets. And the forcing data set, we extract this from the CLM5 service data set for point scale, that is for the site that we were working on. And some of the things that we extracted include the long wave incident radiation, short wave, precipitation, relative humidity, pressure, temperature, and wind. And we used these 7 parameters that we identified as the key contributors to variance in ET estimations. And this is just a general equation that we modeled out to develop our emulator, which relates the outputs to the inputs. So once we developed our emulator, we also wanted to calibrate it, because the goal of this study is to improve the projections or predictions of ET using this method. And once we just build the emulator and use it to make predictions, we realized that the estimations or the emulations are not as close to observations as possible. But using the emulator that we did, we can use the Bayesian theorem, and we sampled from the emulator, that is from the posterior distribution, creating new samples or new input variables that we then used to further constrain our emulator performance. And this is just a schematic representation of the whole process of calibration. I will not go into much of the details, but in brief, like, we develop our emulator, then we sample the emulator using the Markov chain Monte Carlo, and the Markov chain Monte Carlo samples from the posterior, that is the already developed emulator. And the sampling is guided by observations, whereby the observations act as target. And what happens with the sampling is that the MCMC will create values, that is the input values, and it will compare the predictions of those values. And if the predictions match the target, which is from the observations, it can either reject that sample or accept that sample. And the goal is to generate a set of inputs or new inputs that are as close to the observations as possible. And these are the different designs of emulators that we developed. One, we just used the mean evapotranspiration from all the 400 simulations that we generated from the perturbed parameter experiments. The other design is that we use the metric, that is the performance evaluation metric. And the third design, we only use the 10% best performing simulations. In these two designs, the mean and metric, one of the things that we feel is that these are using all the outputs and inputs that we generated from the PPEs and are used to build the emulator. And one of the things that we saw, I presented previously and also shown here, is that when we use all these 400 ensembles to create our emulator, there is a potential that we are using not so good data sets to build our emulator for these two designs. But here, when we use the filtered out, or when we use only the best top 10 performing outputs or performing a simulation from our PPE experiments, then we most likely using better data to build and to construct our emulator. So this is how our emulators performed. We have the mean emulator using the mean values of ET, which gave us a performance of 0.83. The metric, or using the best, using the evaluation metric, yielded the R squared value of 0.87. And the PPE guided, which only used the top 10% best performing simulations, gave us a R squared value of 0.99. And from this point, we're going only to show results for this emulator, and we are going to show how we use this emulator to further constrain ET simulations. So one of the things that, or one of the advantages of using the Gaussian process emulation is that it can perform a preliminary sensitivity analysis, in that you are able to estimate or to tell between your inputs which inputs are more important or which inputs affect the outputs more significantly. And we are able to extract that. And one of the things that we learned, even though the emulator is not a process-based model and it uses these algorithms to compute or to do the emulation, it also highlights, like, for example, we see precipitation and long incidence radiation as being captured as being influential or as being important to ET or to emulator output. The other thing is that calibration improves the emulator model performance, and this was the initial output from the emulator before we sampled using the MCMC method. And this, the green line shows the final product, that is the calibrated emulator. And there is a significant improvement. And also here we have a table that compares all the three, that is the CLM default, the PPE, which improves the default emulation, the default CLM simulation to these values. We have RMSE improves from 26 watts per meter squared to 17. The mean bias also improves from -8.5 to -2.28. And also, when we look at the emulator, it further constrains the difference or the bias between the CLM default and the emulated ET. And this experiment, or the emulator was designed, calibrated, and constructed only for the toll site. Another thing that we wanted to try is, now that we have developed the emulator, we have optimized the emulator, how does it perform when we just use the input variables, but then we change the forcing data sets to other sites, and how does that affect our emulator performance? So we tested this emulator to 3 other sites. One of the sites is in Florida, in the Southeast Neon domain. And even though we don't see very significant, and also because of the data gaps in the site, we see also the emulator also improves, or kind of like improves the performance at this site. And the only thing that we change to apply the emulator in this site is only the forcing data set. The parameters we're using the parameters which we are constrained at the toll site. And we also tested it at the site in Georgia. And also the emulator did not perform so well, and we didn't see any improvements, especially with RMSE and MPE, but for some reason the R squared value improved. And lastly, we also tested in one of the sites in the western coast, that is in California. That is the SOFV site. and also we see the MPE and the R squared values improved, and the RMSE did not improve for this site. And we're still continuing to develop this emulator to see if we can further constrain them. And one of the things that we learned from this is that when you're running CLM Neon point scale simulations, a single run for 4 years takes about 9 minutes to execute. And when you have to do initialization, that is, if you're doing parameter perturbation exercise, which requires initialization, to initialize a single run or a single site for 200 years, you require about 5.5 hours. But once you have your emulator, once you've developed, you've designed it, and you just want to apply it to other sites, it takes less than 2 seconds to execute. And in conclusion, emulators offer fast predictions, and they provide an avenue for parameter tuning and sensitivity analysis. In that, using the emulator, you can sample as much as of input samples that you want, and that can give you an opportunity to further experiment and tune or refine the parameters. And also you can perform sensitivity analysis using the emulators. And also developing and seeing the effectiveness or improving the constraints in ET estimations highlights the adaptability of the approach, and it can be used for other processes. And it also provides more flexibility in parameter sensitivity. And thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Okay, we have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. Anybody in the room, or again, if you're online, you can raise your hand. Or put your question in the chat. Yeah.
Hi, Thomas. Great talk. I had a question about the variance explained by the different forcings. Were you surprised by the relative contributions of the different forcings to the ensemble variance? Like which ones were most important?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Actually, one of the things that it was really not a surprise, but one of the goals that we did the variance, the variable importance was to see, like, even though this emulation is not process based, in that it doesn't rely on certain equations to give to estimate these processes. How does it take in the forcing data set and the input parameters? And for us, seeing precipitation and long wave incidence radiation being captured as somewhat importance from the emulator it was like a more of a confirmation of the flexibility of this method, and also like how better it can capture these processes, even though it's not a process-based method.
I guess I'm just a little surprised that like surface pressure is so important, you know?
I think it's inverse.
Oh, it's
think a low value is
Oh, okay,
important.
that makes a lot more sense.
Oh,
I
so,
misinterpreted that.
Yeah, I
So,
just misinterpreted the.
oh, sorry, Sanjeev, I saw your hand up. Do you want to unmute?
I guess, yeah, you already clarified it here. Lower is the values means more is the importance of that parameter or forcing. So
Yes.
precipitation, you are getting kind of lower value means it is more important. Here, most important thing is, yeah, Jmax B1, Madeline intercept and others. So.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any more questions? Yeah, so we'll go Dave, Linnea, Will, okay, Linnea?
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. This is really exciting work. I was surprised at how transferable the emulator results were from site to site. But I'm wondering if you can get more, if you would span more climate space in your training, if you trained on, many sites that span some climate space, and then your transferability might improve.
Thank you so much for that suggestion. We're actually trying to build it for other sites and also like trying to experiment with that. And yeah, for sure. Thank you so much for that.
Okay, Will?
Thomas, have you looked at carbon cycle results at all after training to water? What happens to something like GPP?
No, we haven't tried it for GPP.
But the question was, have you?
Yeah, like if you apply these parameters, like if you calibrate to get the ET fluxes right, and then use those calibrated parameters for the water fluxes, then what are the kind of carbon cycle implications? So not training, not
The
calibrating.
GPP output.
Yeah, what's the GPP output of your calibrated model?
We've not tried that, but yeah, we can try that and see how that plays out.
And I realize you're in Sanjeev's lab, so you're looking at water, but don't forget about the carbon too.
All right,
But I think it's very important because like when we are doing the filtering and the sensitivity analysis, our metric we executed the metric purely based on the two, that is the ET and the GPP. So these parameters, the metric that we designed is not just purely based on the ET. So it's interesting. I can try to see how the emulator performs when we just use the optimized model to simulate or to emulate the GPP and see how that plays out.
Yeah. Cool, thanks.
Thank you.
all right, thank you, Thomas. Okay, so our next speaker is in person. So let me just grab Gao-Ching Tang's. Hold on. What's this one? There we go. Okay. So Gao-Ching is going to be talking to us about evaluating hydrological parameter sensitivities in CTSM using large sample watershed modeling in CONUS. Is that not okay?
It's just showing the presenter view online, so we just need to change it to a dual screen instead of mirroring
Okay,
the
I will
same
let
screen.
you do that.
Sorry about that.
Okay, do you want to use clicker?
Just use
Okay.
Yeah, good morning everyone. I'm Guoqiang Tan from TSS-CGD at NCAR, and I'm happy to be the first in-person presenter today. And that's the title of my presentation. It's still some of the work we are working on, and the results presented in these slides will be improved and changed a little bit in the future. So, I'd like to thank the inputs to many people here at NCAR to our parameter selection and analysis. And as a hydrologist, we, like many, use hydrological models to simulate the real-world water cycle. And like land surface models, hydrological models also suffer from different sources of uncertainties, like input data uncertainty, model structure, parameterization uncertainties, and the calibration data uncertainty. And normal way approach to address those uncertainties is uncertainty analysis plus the sensitivity analysis, and then identify some key parameters and perform optimization on those parameters to improve our performance for targeted processes. And recently, several water security related projects are exploring the use of CTSM in several applications like flood, drought, and hydrologic prediction. And the work presented here is sponsored by the USACE Climate Preparedness and Resilience Program. Our overarching goal is to develop a net model that can represent current hydrology and climate change impacts on hydrology. And our first steps are to use the common parameter estimation approaches from hydrological modeling to the CTSM model. And we plan to develop a large sample, small watershed workflow to address this problem. And the CLM PPE has performed one-at-a-time parameter perturbations for about 200 CLM parameters. So this really provides a good start point for us to select some sensitive parameters at the very beginning stage and to perform our further runoff sensitivity analysis. And we restrict our study domain to the NL coverage, and we have about 30 grids among the 400 PPE global grids. And parameter change can influence runoff variability, and this variability can represent the sensitivity. But how we measure the variability or the runoff change can affect our understanding of the sensitivity. So if we switch from one metric to another metric, we may get different sensitivity analysis. And for this work, we use a widely used metric called modified Kalin-Gupta efficiency, KGE, in hydrological modeling. And our target variable is the daily runoff because we really care about the daily variability of the water. And the KG metric considers the correlation term, relative bias term, and the variability term. And so it provides a relatively comprehensive representation of the performance. And a perfect value is 1, and there is no bottom limit of this metric, so it can be really, really low for some extreme case. And the PPE experiment has minimum, maximum, and default parameters. So for each parameter, we calculate the KG between the minimum and default parameters. And we also calculate KG between maximum and default parameters. And then we calculate the KG deviation. So a larger KG deviation means changing this parameter can have a larger runoff change. So that's sensitivity. And this bar graph shows the KG deviation of the parameters from PPE ranked from high to low. So the bottom parameters are more sensitive with a larger deviation. And the most sensitive parameter is FFF. And we noticed that there are different parameters from the same process which affect the model in a similar way, but they are all very sensitive. For example, the Medley slope and the Medley intercept both affect the conductance photosynthesis relationship. And the base flow scalar and n-base flow both affect the base flow generation, like the liquid canopy storage scalar and the maximum leak rapid fraction both affect the canopy water storage. And also for this parameter pair, which we can take a closer look at. So the Dmax and the fraction saturated soil DSL init parameters affect the dry surface layer thickness calculation. So this process is really sensitive for runoff, and the parameters are used in the same equation. So changing both parameters can probably lead to similar change in the DSL. And for our sensitivity, we'd like to exclude such parameters. No, we not include, we just intend to include one of them because we only have limited model runs and we have too many parameters. It is really hard for any statistical method to disentangle the complex interaction between those parameters. So, so for many parameter pairs, we only choose the one that we think is the most important for the process. And this figure shows the spatial distribution of the most sensitive parameters according to PPE. So the pattern is quite obvious. In most part of US, FFF is the most sensitive parameter, but at higher latitudes, we see more variability, like other hydrological processes start to become more important. We also look at the second, third most sensitive parameters, and the spatial distributions are more complex. So yeah, it's not so easy to decide which processes or what processes are the most important, even though the FFF appears to be the most sensitive parameter in most part of the US. And based on the PPE experiments, we can get much useful information, but to select the parameter for further runoff sensitivity analysis, we also use our prior knowledge to guide the process-based strategy, because we want to have some, like for this first factor process importance, we'd like to include key hydrological processes like infiltration, soil drainage rate, soil storage, aquifer, canopy, interception, sublimation. So there are many hydrological processes which we hope there are some parameters represent them in our analysis. So for example, this parameter unmelt coe, it affects the snow melt process in CTSM. But according to PPE, it's not very sensitive, probably because the parameter range is not so large. But we think like for mountainous and high latitude basins, this parameter can really have some impact that we want to analyze. So we include this parameter and expand its parameter range in our analysis. And we also added 2 additional parameters. One is the Fmax, and it turns out the Fmax is probably the most sensitive, or the second most sensitive parameter in the runoff generation. And the second parameter is the precipitation and snow, like rain and snow classification, temperature threshold. We think that also plays a role in cold basins. And besides the process importance, we also want to consider the direct hydrology relevance. For example, we see many instrumental parameters that have notable impact on runoff. They are very sensitive. But like for hydrological models, the vegetation is often simplified using some parameterization. So there's not many. There are not as many complex vegetation processes as the CTSM model. So, but those parameters affect runoff generation through evapotranspiration and soil water change. So we only intend to include the 3 of them. So in the end, we have 27 parameters for further runoff sensitivity analysis. And remember, like our goal is to build a large sample small watershed workflow. So we use the CAMOS dataset. It has 671 basins in the United States and has been widely used in many studies. So we just use this dataset. But the CAMOS basin shapefires contain large area biases for many basins. Some of the previous studies just exclude those basins, which lead to a significant decrease in basin number, while we hope to keep a relatively large basin number. So we tried to correct the CAMOS basin delineations by merging information from multiple sources. Like the left figure shows the comparison between the original and corrected basins. Those basins, we can find that original basins really have a large bias, and for the simulation, it can cause a large bias. In the end, we use the USGS Gauge 2 dataset, which were unbiased, and we only use the 627 headwater-only basins to avoid the nested relationship, which can cause trouble in CDSM modeling. And to meet the requirement of high resolution watershed modeling, we generate another forcing. It's from 1950 to 2019. It's at hourly and 0.1 degree resolutions. The precipitation and the air temperature data are from a dataset I developed before. It's called EM-Earth. And the other forcing variables are from ERA5 land. The EM-Earth merges information from ground stations and reanalysis estimates. So it has a higher accuracy than the ERA5 estimates, we can see. And for precipitation and temperature, the improvement is everywhere on the global scale. And for the model setup, we use the hill slope hydrology version. We obtained that from Sean, but I think probably later we can just clone the main branch since it has been merged. And like spin up period is from 1951 to 2003, and we use the 6-year period as the analysis period, and we ignore the first year for each simulation to allow extra spin up for each parameter set. And we use a large hypercube sampling to obtain 200 parameter sets. Well, this big figure shows the scatter plots between each pair of parameters. This is just for my own reference to check, okay, whether I have generated those parameters correctly, and okay, it's correctly generated, so I'm happy with that. So yeah, based on the observed stream flow, we can evaluate the CRM runoff outputs. So we have the default parameter and the 200 large hypercube sampling parameters. For the default parameters, the median kg in unit is 0.22. So for this value, I think like CTSM has shown some scale for daily runoff simulation, but there is still some room for improvement. That's why we are doing the parameter optimization work here. And as shown in the right figure here, well, anyway, those spaces within the red boxes, the performance of the CTSM is relatively low. We also compare the hill slope version and the standard version. So the hill slope version can achieve a higher accuracy with the default parameters. And this is a comparison between the default parameters and the large hypercube parameter sets. The default parameters has a better performance than most of those random parameter sets as expected. One interesting thing is that for the success parameter, we see as the parameter increases, accuracy decreases. We haven't looked into this phenomena, and we are not sure what causes this or whether this phenomenon is reliable. Just want to highlight this interesting scatter plot here. And for the sensitivity analysis, we used the variance-based sensitivity analysis using copulas. So it first built a Gaussian mixture copula model, and then it used the model to estimate the first order and total order snowball sensitivity. And the first order sensitivity is the direct input and impact of each parameter, and the total order sensitivity is the overall impact considering the interactions between parameters. So there is a software called PyViscus, so we apply this software for our analysis. And this figure shows the first order sensitivity. We can find that several parameters like FFF and Fmax are sensitive for many basins, but we also notice there is a significant variability among basins and parameters. So this figure shows the total order sensitivity, not so beautiful. This is because we only have a large number of parameters, but just only a small number of simulations. So the total order sensitivity cannot be well estimated, but the rank is still reliable based on our personal communication with the developer. And so this figure shows the rank. A lower rank means higher sensitivity, and the first order sensitivity rank and the total order rank are generally similar, which we feel happy about. So that means the total order sensitivity rank is indeed reliable in some way. But we also notice some differences for some basins and parameters. So the interactions between parameters really play a role in some cases. And we compare our sensitivity results with PPE results. So I think those results are kind of expected because for dedicated runoff sensitivity analysis, we have more parameter samples and probably even a different CRM version. So we noticed some parameters becomes more sensitive, but some become less sensitive. This provides information for our runoff optimization. Those results are kind of out of date because they are not based on the parameter selection from the runoff sensitivity analysis. It is based on our previous experimental parameter set we used to develop the workflow. But from the last row, we can observe the significant improvement runoff simulation after the app optimization. And in the western and eastern coast, the improvement is relatively small because CTSM already achieves nice performance in those regions. So this shows the improvement, like the KG improved from 0.15 to about 0.4. So the histogram shows the similar thing.
You have about 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for the reminder. We're about to end this presentation soon. This is another optimization strategy we are using, the multi-objective optimization. So we are trying to pursue the Pareto frontier of the different objective functions. Those objective functions can be the accuracy metrics of any variable from CTSM, like runoff or GPP. You can optimize them at the same time. So this is a workflow for MOSMO optimization, and that's a surrogate model. It's a surrogate model based method. You can use any regression method to estimate to build the mapping relationship. And this slide shows an example of like our MOSMO implementation, and it does reach a more balanced performance for CTSM model. So we has a worse KG but a much better monthly bias. It's because we try to optimize the two metrics at the same time. So with a small loss of one metric, we get a much better improvement for the other metric. So that's what we intend to obtain from MOSMO. So that's a summary. Like we analyze the CRM sensitivity, runoff sensitivity, and perform some optimization. And that's our next step, research. So I don't have any time.
Thank you. Okay, we might have a minute or two for questions or any comments. Are there individuals in the audience or online? Yeah.
I have more of like a clarification question. In the first like basin versus parameter ensemble grid, it looked like there were more like vertical stripes than horizontal stripes for KGE. Does that mean that like model skill is more dependent on the parameter on the basin than on the parameter, or
You mean this figure?
We lost the.
No problem. I think I can.
We can talk later too.
Yeah, sure.
I was just
Probably
trying
this
to
one.
understand.
This one?
Yeah, exactly. So
So like there is a strong spatial variability if you look at the x-axis, which represents basins.
Yeah.
And I think you are correct about that. The spatial variability is probably stronger than parameter variability here. Yeah, so we haven't spent much time looking into this results, but that's a point.
Thanks.
I really like your strategy of sort of mixing, using the PPE to determine parameters with expert judgment and intelligence. And I was curious, I was sort of thinking back to the talk, I don't know if you saw it on the Atmosphere Group for a seminar a few weeks ago, where they, did this, the initial test, and they found that, a few parameters really dominated, but once they kind of started constraining the parameters and then kind of re-sampled, they found that a bunch of new parameters sort of showed up. And I wonder if you've ever seen any evidence of that kind of behavior happening, that, parameters that weren't initially showing up as important start to show up as important as you kind of get closer to the real parameter values. You understand my question?
Yeah. I think like we kind of observe similar phenomena like based on the PPE experiments we performed, the runoff sensitivity and some parameters become much more important. Like their rank could increase from like 20-ish to like the second most important parameter. So I think that's partly because the PPE experiment aims to provide a preliminary understanding of those parameters. So it's minimum and maximum comparison and without the interaction between parameters. But I'm not sure, so even though we show the sensitivity of those parameters, I'm not sure whether this is because they are getting closer to the real parameter, because I'm not sure what the real parameter is. Just like the sensitivity does show this, like agree with what you just said.
Great, thank you. And online Andy Wood says related to the basins question. That's definitely true. It's also related to the metric. Basins with strong seasonality and higher quality forcing, and often without snow, also less arid and without as much intermittent convective precip, will always calibrate better in the models.
Yeah, right. So many factors in the spatial scale.
Okay, any additional questions? Yeah.
I just have a side note about the camels issues with like area biases and stuff like that. Was there, I mean, that's a little worrying given how like broadly camels is used, but was there a systematic pattern to like where you encountered basins that had like large issues in terms of area?
I think there is, we didn't look at the spatial pattern because that is caused the how camel shaped fires are generated, so it's a methodological problem. So for the camel basins, the shaped fires don't match the stream flow gauge perfectly. So the stream flow gauge may be located in the middle of a shaped fire. So the original camel data set doesn't trim the shape fire to match the stream flow location, gauge location. And the other problem is because of the shape fire used. So the CAMOS dataset provides several versions of shape fires, but those shape fires may contain some bias by themselves. So as I have shown, there is a very weird basin, and so that's caused, I think that's caused by the shape fire problem. So the river networks are connected in the wrong way. You cannot get to the correct delineation.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now we have designated a 30-minute break, and it looks like there are snacks and coffees outside, so we will resume at 11. Yeah, cool.
we had the PR
soil
was,
carbon per hectare or whatever.
Yeah.
But we're also still continually getting in, I think, fresh soil, soil that was forest, so it's gonna.
So when you switch from like a forest soil to city, you actually managed to do a street. All over myself.
No, so,
I think one of the small
I'm not
things
exactly
is-
sure, Bill, we were talking about this a little bit yesterday at lunch, Bill was like, so I was, but the way I conceptualize it at least is, let's say you have, make it simple, you just have forest and corn. So, when some area of forest transitions to paved space, that increases the soil
Yeah, going into the future.
We want another water features too, but.
No, it
Yeah, and you know,
It's a tricky problem.
It's on Lydia's list.
I think the easiest thing to do would be just like for various users, just run a transit simulation.
Great, I didn't go into very much detail because I assumed that.
I just, CDR with like different ideas people have. Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah. That's weird.
No, Great. Eric let me know that apparently derecho isn't working. You can't run the model today.
No, it's not just derecho.
It's not just derecho.
The model.
It's a leap
model.
day.
The model is not
No one
working.
anywhere can run the model.
CESM is broken.
Unless you're running it in a Gregorian calendar. If you're running with leap years, it'll work.
So the neon system will work.
You gotta love a bug you can only test for once every 4 years.
So if you're trying to get some simulations done, you're really motivated by the PPE talks today.
Too bad.
Maybe it's best to wait.
No.
But apparently there is a workaround that Jim circulated. You know more than I do about
It's
this.
just commenting out some lines, so I don't know. If
You're
you
really
really want to get
pressed
something
to run
done,
simulations. Or just
email
make
one of
tomorrow.
the software engineer people. We can help you.
All right, to round out our morning, we've got 3 more talks before lunch, and so Daniel Kennedy is going to talk about carbon cycle uncertainty in the PPE.
Yep. Yeah, I titled my talk Carbon Cycle Futures in the PPE Verse. Lots of contributors to this. Me and Katie and Linnea and Dave have been working on this for a while with a ton of input from the broader CLM PPE working group. I feel like my talk was pretty well set up by everyone else's, but I'm still gonna do a bunch of front matter because I can't do 20 minutes of raps. But yeah, humans discovered that fossil fuel burning releases energy. And then we also discovered that it releases CO2. And that's been creating an issue. So where did the CO2 go? If all the fossil CO2 stayed in the atmosphere, by my calculation, CO2 concentration would be about 500 ppm as of 2020. It wasn't, it was more like 415. And so about 170 petagrams of carbon are missing. And in a net way, they were sucked up by, those extra petagrams were sucked up by the land and by the ocean. And I've been taking part the last few years in the global carbon budget, which is a way, an effort to track where the carbon is going. And Abby talked a lot about this. A lot of presentations have kind of given a nod to the global carbon budget, so maybe this is easy. But I thought I would start out my talk with a poll and ask you to come up with exactly how many of those petagrams were sucked up by the ocean during the historical period. So, see if we can get the poll up. All right, so here's a little quiz for you. If you pull up that QR code, it'll ask you to vote in increments of 10 how big you think the historical ocean sink was in petagrams of carbon. So this is 1850 to, or actually 1700 or something to 2020. And I feel like Abby may have given some hints that help figure this out.
Do you want to vote for you?
So it's fun to see that we don't have a strict consensus. I'm seeing a lot of votes that saying that the ocean roughly soaked up half of the carbon over the historical period. And I think as land modelers, that makes sense. We're trying to give the land a lot of credit for this. All right, I think we're pretty much voted. Still flowing in, but what I'm reading here is that a lot of people are saying, I don't see the numbers here exactly, but I'm guessing this is the 50-50 answer, right? That the land soaked up half. So 170 petagrams are missing. How much did the ocean soak up? 180.
What?
Out of the 170 petagrams of fossil fuels that we put into the air, 180 ended up in the ocean and -20 were stored on land, right? Because the land is a net sink. So land soaks up a lot of carbon from natural variability, but then we kind of cut all the forests down and returned almost all of it in the historical period. This year, yes, the land is soaking up almost just as much as the ocean, but when you look over the whole 1850 to present, the land has been useless in a net sense. And it's something that I think we should keep in mind, and something that we should kind of think of. And I think, it's important, I think the natural carbon sink, like sands disturbance, is something that's important to think about. But disturbance is like a critical part of the land and is always going to be a part of the net sink. And then, for context, the other 290 petagrams have gone into the atmosphere. And so this is what I'm talking about. This is the land sink that we may be used to thinking about. So this is zonally averaged land sink from the CLM Trendy simulation, and this is the undisturbed forest land sink. So a good amount of carbon soaked up in the mid-latitudes, and then a lot soaked up in the tropics rather. And this is from 1700 up to 2020. But that's offset by a really large land use change flux, which in the case of CLM is actually quite a bit larger than the kind of natural land sink. And then you get this net story about carbon being soaked up by the land, where in the really wet tropics, it's like a slight land sink, and maybe in the boreal, it's a slight land sink. But in most places in CLM, in a net way, over the historical period, the land is actually a source as opposed to a sink. And what I'm hinting at here is that carbon on land is more labile than CO2 in the ocean and the atmosphere. Part of what makes these things more complicated is that there are all these biological processes, but part of what makes things complicated is on land, the carbon that we store has a lot of energy stored into it. These carbohydrates and starches have a lot of energy there, and if you store some carbon away in a given year, the next year there's all these fires and microorganisms that are just totally keen to eat up and access that energy if you don't replace it. So if in the next year you don't continue to flux in more carbon, those heterotrophs, those fires, et cetera, are going to catch up to you and kind of return that CO2 to the atmosphere. That doesn't happen as much in the ocean. There's not as much interannual variability in the CO2 flux. There's obviously some, but it's quite small compared to the land sink. Maria gave a really nice talk talking about some of this. A lot of this isn't attributable to climate variability, and a lot of it is attributable to El Nino. So El Nino is hot and dry, tends to inhibit the land sink. And those heterotrophs can sometimes even kind of win the battle for carbon and get us into a kind of land as a source. And then La Nina, when those come around, they're cooler and wetter, and the land sink can kind of make up for lost time. But it makes NBP on land quite a challenging thing to model. So why is NBP so hard to project? I think we've heard about this a bit, but I have a plot to kind of give the scale of these things. So NBP is really hard because it's a small residual of 5 component fluxes. So the last bar on the right is NBP, and it's the net of all of these things: GPP, heterotrophic respiration, autotrophic respiration, and then fire and land use change. And so to get NBP right, you have to get, this difference right. And each of those components comes with a lot of inherent complexity. And so this isn't quite as affronting as that first poll, but this is another kind of in your head style quiz, kind of get you to think about this. So this is again from the Trendy simulation. The land has switched from the beginning of the century being a carbon source to presently we're a net carbon sink on land. So why do you think, just in your head, why do you think NBP switched from negative to positive? Do you have a real good sense of how these component fluxes changed from one simulation to the other? Or from one time period to the other, rather. And for me, I had, some impulses, but it actually gets really hard to tease apart when you look at the plots. Even having all of this data, it's really hard to come up with a coherent analysis of why did NBP turn from a source to a sink. And I can say, when I read this, I tend to say something like, well, GPP went up by more than HR, and AR went up by more than land use change went up. And I realize I'm just saying NBP went up, right? NBP went up because NBP went up. And so it's you end up with a lot of challenges and a lot of complexity when you're looking at NBP, which is what a lot of us are interested in because it has those important carbon cycle feedbacks. And when projecting this into the future, it can be tricky to think exactly how this is going to go on land. Presently, we're definitely in a NBP is positive and increasing. Some of the positives, some of the attributing that are CO2 fertilization and nitrogen deposition. Acting against that is deforestation and disturbance. Those are maybe more of the kind of direct effects of human activity. And then there are indirect effects of climate change, which extend growing season, increase aridity, and lots of other things that I'm not including, especially when you include the full ecological cycle of NBP. And so what I'm getting at is this is a challenging thing to model, and so it shouldn't be all that surprising that in these multi-model intercomparisons, when we project out to 2100, we get a wide range of answers. And so this is a plot showing cumulative NBP over the historical period and then out through RCP 8.5, so a very, very pessimistic climate change scenario. And these are, a dozen climate models and how they project NBP. And the spread among the models is about 100 years worth of current fossil fuel emissions. The spread hasn't got, I'm not going to show it, but the spread hasn't gotten much smaller in CMIP6, and then this is from our experiment showing the PPE. So spread from one model, this is CLM, varying the parameters is of similar magnitude. So I ran 500 simulations with Latin hypercube, parameter perturbations, and we have land use change, and we're running, in this case, with SSP 3.7, which is a still pessimistic, but not quite as pessimistic scenario. And we're getting, 1,000 petagrams or more spread among our ensemble members. The spaghetti plot, you're tempted to turn that right into a quantile plot. It's a little bit trickier and you have to make some assumptions. But if you assume that all 500 simulations are equally likely, you can see that in our kind of like 25th to 75th, maybe our spread isn't quite so large, but overall we've got quite a large spread. And I ran these for SSP37. I also ran it for SSP126, which can give us this kind of insight into scenario uncertainty as opposed to parametric uncertainty. So somewhat surprisingly, the kind of carbon sink in CLM and the PPE are pretty similar, and it's maybe actually a little bit lower in SSP37, showing some of those climate feedbacks on the land carbon sink. But on average, or not on average, the dashed lines are showing the default CLM, and so the default CLM actually kind of has a slightly different prediction as with regard to the scenario effect on the carbon sink. So CLM default is saying it's getting warmer, maybe that's good or it's not terrible, but all that extra CO2 being at 867 ppm by the end of the century is going to be really positive for plants, and we're going to get a robust carbon sink, whereas as compared to SSP126, and then the PPE is saying, well, we should be at least a little bit careful because there's this kind of like tail risk of the land turning into a sink. And what we're trying to understand, kind of like feeding off of Gordon's talk yesterday, not necessarily totally constraining the uncertainty because we're obsessed about getting the exact right answer because we know that we can't. But what I want to do is like say, let's try and get the most accurate uncertainty that we can. Because if I show this to a policymaker as is, I think they might see there's this huge tail risk of a carbon source. And I think maybe that's true a little bit, but I think a lot of those simulations on the low end can be deemed like implausible based on how they perform over the historical period. So I do think it's a really important step to confront these types of ensembles with at least a little bit of historical constraint so that you're not overestimating the kind of like extreme scenarios. And to that note, I do think that many of these simulations seem unlikely. So I'm averaging over the tropical rainforest here. The x-axis is my 500 simulations, and then the y-axis is just the average leaf area over the tropical rainforest. And so a bunch of these over 10 LAI, over 15 LAI probably are implausible, and then we've got a bunch where we've more or less killed the vegetation where it's like less than 1 or less than 0.5. And so those probably aren't reasonable to include when we're trying to make our most accurate estimates of the future NBP. And to that extent, this sort of thing of parameter sampling and how we're generating this simulation becomes important because we're not, when we do Latin hypercube, necessarily taking a representative sample of our parameter space. Latin hypercube, the way I think of it is you're putting all of your simulations on a chessboard where none of the rooks can kill each other. And so you want one dot in every row and one dot in every column, but yeah, the rooks shouldn't be able to kill each other. But because of that, you end up kind of oversampling the extreme. So I'm showing for comparison a 2D Gaussian distribution, which isn't necessarily how our parameters behave, but just for reference, this is showing a lot of density in the center, and we have very few samples from the center, and they're showing literally like no density in any of the corners, and a lot of density, or we're showing more. So in my framework, if you just weight all of these equally, you're saying that dot in the center is equally probable to that dot kind of on the edge, which if things are Gaussian, it would be a lot less likely. And so some issues we have is we don't have very good parameter patterns. And so what we can do to some extent is substitute in like performance over the historical period for reweighting these ensembles. And so that's what I'm getting towards in this part of the talk. Can we use observations to better estimate? I said before my talk said to constrain uncertainty, but after Gordon's I said to better estimate uncertainty. One thing to orient you to all of these plots going forward, I'm going to focus more on present day forward, because I think that's kind of the more pertinent form of the carbon sink. So what can we expect over the next 30 years or 80 years, and kind of not integrating all the way from 1850 or 1700. And so this is the same data from those previous plots, but just having my basis be from year 2020 instead of, am I going way over time?
You're getting close.
Yeah, okay. Do global mean LAI observations constrain uncertainty. Here, instead of having a random spaghetti plot, I'm coloring all the spaghetti plots by their LAI. And so you can kind of get the sense there's not a lot of structure there. And if I decide that LAI should be between 1 and 2, which I think is a fairly reasonable assumption, and eliminate all of the spurious Latin hypercubes, then I don't get a very strong constraint. But if I switch to something like historical NBP over the historical period, you see a lot more structure, right? All of these colors are lining up, and this is offering us a better constraint on the future. And so if I eliminate, by happenstance, NBP also probably is between 1 and 2, I'm getting a much tighter constraint. And this is showing that observing historical NBP is a bit more useful to us than historical LAI. I'm gonna skip a bunch of this stuff and show, so orient you to this plot. If we have metrics of ecosystem function over the historical period, and we plot them against each other and then have the carbon sink as the color, what we're hoping for with our observational metrics is that they are correlated with MBP, meaning there's some color structure across this plot, but they're not correlated with each other, which means that they give us unique information about the carbon sink. A more typical example, if I plot GPP versus heterotrophic respiration, you get the converse on both ends. So they're super correlated with each other, and neither is particularly correlated with future NBP. And so if I know the little box that historical observations are in, I'm getting just as much spread in that little box as I do from the whole ensemble. The better set of constraints that I've found so far has been, NBP, and then if I were to add on one more, the carbon stocks, total vegetation carbon stock adds a little bit. This is explaining about 79% of the variance in our system. And it works kind of equally well for SSP37. And then I found that MBP probably is pretty difficult to measure. And so one thing that I've looked at for substituting in is instead of using NBP, using the trend in total vegetation carbon plus 1 meter soil organic matter carbon. And that ends up being a pretty effective stand-in. And this makes sense because the delta total ecosystem carbon is by definition NBP. So a trend is the delta, and so seeing the trends in the carbon pools tends to be very effective. Sorry I rushed through a lot of those results, but the CLM PPE shows a widespread in carbon cycle futures, comparable to multi-model spread and larger than scenario uncertainty. Leaf area index, which is what we were kind of keying on at the beginning of this experiment, is actually not a very discerning constraint on future NBP, but past NBP is a nice constraint. And what I've been finding, which I'm sure carbon cycle literature knows this quite well, but trends in carbon pools tend to be much more informative of the carbon sink than the gross carbon fluxes. So sorry for the timing there, but thanks.
Yeah, go ahead.
Daniel, thanks for that presentation. When you were showing, you showed a scatter plot of leaf area over the Amazon.
Yes.
And then I think when you were looking at leaf area as a constraint, you were looking at global average leaf area.
Yeah.
Did you look at Amazon leaf area as a constraint?
Not specifically, but that's kind of the next step in this is we've done a lot of global stuff, and then there's more bites at the apple there and trying to think our regional, yeah, that's a good point and something we're thinking about.
Abby?
Yeah, where, this is really exciting, Daniel. I'm curious, where do you think you can get good enough observations in trends in vegetation carbon and soil carbon?
Trends in vegetation carbon, I feel like, is at least within scope with biomass from satellites.
What about soils?
Yeah, that's why, I don't know. It's harder. I was thinking 1 meter soil, I didn't use the full soil columns. I tried to at least make it easier on the observation notes there. But that's a lot trickier, yeah.
Dave's hand was up, I think.
Well, yeah, and the MVP constraint was, it looked like you were just using present day MVP as your constraint.
Yes.
So you could also then try to extend that back in time, right? Or it could be the trend in MVP.
Yeah, I've looked at every pairing of the thing and the trend, and MVP plus MVP trend is decent, yeah. But NBP is the big one. Whatever you add to it is adding an extra 2 or 3%. Andy?
Yeah, and that one slide where you showed that the MVP is kind of a difficult metric because it's a small residual. It makes you wonder if, because of that, using it as a constraint might be less effective than using the components of it, almost as a factor or make a principal component of it. And maybe it's really only 3 out of the 5 components that are meaningful.
Right.
But would that be a more
permanent? I don't think we're particularly good at measuring the components. I think the thing that we can measure is NEE, especially at flex towers. And so I think that's probably our best bet and something that I'll think about. But then you're missing all the disturbance bit. But I think it's you have to really constrain yourself to what you can observe and then look at what's the most valuable without anyway, Abby.
No, I was just saying you can get some kind of global NBP from CO2 observations in the atmosphere and atmospheric oxygen telling you the divide between land and ocean.
Yeah.
Maybe. But you can't measure any of those individual fluxes very well.
Okay, or C13.
Or C13, yeah.
Well, we should probably move on.
Yep, thanks everyone.
Yeah, no, that's good. I only mostly understand.
All right, next Lydia is gonna talk about her work not constraining CLM.
Thanks. Yeah. Better estimating uncertainty. Slides might have had some issues as they converted from Google Slides to PowerPoint, but we'll see how it goes.
Oh, you can open the PowerPoint.
It's okay. It's fine. These, so I wanted to talk about just a high-level overview of the approach we plan to take for calibrating CLM in this next phase and get input from the group on whether this is a path that we want to go down. And I think it's a little different than traditional calibration, so I think it's worth talking through step by step. We're starting from I think it's important to acknowledge where we're starting from. This is the first time we've ever looked at the parameter uncertainty in these models, and so we need to start from the top down and work gradually towards something that's reasonable. We don't want to try to jump right in and try to calibrate this giant model. So you'll see my, all this work is built on conversations with the parameter estimation interest group, the CLM PPE community, but especially with Daniela and Katie. So the approach we plan to take is called history matching. It's nothing new. It was originally used in the late 1990s in the oil industry. It's also used for like galaxy formation simulations, and I think it was first applied to climate models in 2011. And that methodology has been growing ever since. There's a lot of applications in atmospheric models and starting to become more often used in land models. And why I think it's appropriate for our starting place and for global Earth Earth system models in general is that it takes sort of the opposite approach of calibration. I think of it as inverse calibration. If calibration is trying to identify the single best parameters set, history matching is taking the opposite perspective. It's trying to rule out anything that is implausible, rule out any parameter set that is not physical. And so rather than zooming in quickly, we're just gradually chipping away at the edges of this parameter space, very cautiously. So my mental model for what this history matching looks like with the help of some AI is this weird star tornado that I'll try to explain. We start from this really high dimensional parameter space, and that feels to me like this abyss. And we have just a few points scattered out in this really high dimensional space. And it's really hard to build anything useful, to say anything useful about the parameter uncertainty. It's hard to build emulators. And so we need to start to constrain that space. And so we set these like very loose hoops that we ask the model to jump through. We want the model to have to meet some observational constraint, but we want to do that gradually. And I think this sort of represents how a model developer might actually hand tune the model. You start with kind of getting the mean state right, and then you gradually introduce more constraints. And that is represented by these different hoops I'm asking our model to jump through. So what this looks like in practice is starting from this big, poorly sampled space. We then identify some region of space that seems physical, and then we add a bunch of new ensemble members to that area in Starscape here. Never mind. And then introduce new constraints and iteratively go through that workflow until we get to something that's more constrained. And I'll talk a little bit more about how this is different from just like Bayesian calibration and how it also kind of fits well with our idea of embracing uncertainty too at the end. But first I want to just walk through kind of an example that we've done so far. So we all kind of have a grounding in this methodology, and then we can talk about it more at the end. This is what this workflow looks like in practice. We generate a perturbed parameter ensemble, train some emulator, confront the model with observations, rule out anything that's not physical, and that leaves us with a slightly constrained parameter space. And then we repeat this, and that's often called iterative refocusing. History matching also calls it like waves of iterative refocusing. And so then we resample from this new constrained parameter space, add ensemble members, retrain our emulators, introduce new observational constraints, and repeat this process. So we have attempted to implement this. We're immediately confronted with a bunch of challenges. What types of error metrics do you use? And we've found that this first phase, we want to use really simple mean state error metrics, and we also don't want to we don't want to try to train the emulators to an error. We want to train them to a variable that comes out of CLM, and that helps retain the physical relationship between what a parameter does and what the response is. That makes training the emulator a lot easier. We also want to retain the interactions between what I'm calling universal parameters and PFT parameters. Universal is like anything that's set to one value, so a lot of the soil parameters, J max, P zeros, things like that. And we want to tune both of those together, but we also want to allow the PFT parameters to change independently. So initially we were scaling them all uniformly across their ranges, but we want to be able to tune them independently so we can get good spatial representation. And then the last challenge was spatial aggregation. I've spent way too much time on this, but we started with looking at global means because that's what a lot of the atmospheric community does. But where you put plants, and how you get to a global mean really matters for us. So the global metrics didn't work very well. We went down to the biome level, the PFT level, the grid cell level, tried a bunch of things. And what we've settled on is that we want, for each PFT, we know that these PFTs live in different types of ecosystems. And we want our calibration to, we want our parameterization to perform well in each of those ecosystems, each of those biomes. So we average over, for each PFT, we average over the biome that that PFT lives in. For needleleaf, it lives in this temperate forest, also lives in woodland, shrubland. So these are two separate things we want to get right. What that looks like in this, we end up with like 60 combinations of biomes and PFTs. These are scaled by, the size of the ball is scaled by the land area that it represents, and the color represents how well our emulators are doing at estimating the leaf area index in that PFT biome combination. Purple and blue is great, greens are okay, yellow and reds are kind of useless. And so I think this represents something really physical in the model. It's a PFT living in a certain climate zone, and so that makes the emulation quite easy. We're getting really good scores. And importantly, we're using Gaussian process emulation, so we get an estimate of what the emulator uncertainty is. Some issues here with conversions, but this is the true value of CLM LAI on the X and our emulated estimate of that LAI on the Y. And we get really good R-squared, but the error bars on these estimates are different for different PFTs. This is deciduous broadleaf, and this is needleaf evergreen. And the error bars are quite a bit larger on this, which is expected. It's probably harder to emulate a deciduous tree than a needleaf tree. I'll come back to where we use this emulator uncertainty in a minute. Okay, so now we've kind of worked through the kinks. I'm going to go through just one example of one wave of that history matching process. Starting just with leaf area index, because we know it's such a good constraint. So we start with 32 parameter ensemble with 500 ensemble numbers, Latin hypergroup sampling. I'm just going to show things in this two-dimensional parameter space, but all the others are varying as well, specific leaf area and leaf carbon nitrogen ratio. So this is our initial PPE. But it's too sparse, so we try to really sample from that parameter space densely and then emulate what the LAI would be for this PFT biome combination. And so we have this dense sample for each PFT biome combination. And then we can start to rule out the implausible parameter sets from that big sample. And the way we define a parameter set as being implausible is this metric here. We take the bias of the emulator estimate of LAI, of some parameter set X, and scale that bias by the uncertainty in the observations and the uncertainty in the emulator. And that gives us a score, like an implausibility score for that parameter set. And we rule out anything that has an implausibility score greater than 3, that's like 3 standard deviations. And so this is basically just setting a tolerance. Any parameter sets that are outside our tolerance, we throw away. Anything that's in the tolerance, we keep. And of that giant sample, the ones we keep are more likely to be in this upper corner. Only about 50% of the samples in this corner are keepers. Okay, so after we do this for all of our different PFT biome combinations, we're still left with like thousands of sets, of parameter sets that are good. And so but we can't run all of those back through CLM, so we want to take a subsample of those. We want to only sample like maybe 100 You can do that randomly, you can do that a little more cleverly, we can talk about that if you want. And we ran this new 100-member ensemble on Duratio, so big thanks to Keith and Eric and Daniel for helping me get this going. And now, this only finished on Friday, so I'm gonna just start to show you some of the questions we can ask with this, these results. First, how are emulators doing? So this is what the emulator expected on the Y and the leaf area for just this one biome, and this is what we actually got out of CLM on the X. And it's not great, like that doesn't look very good, but I think what's important is that the error band that the emulator thinks, how much error the emulator thinks it has in its prediction is pretty accurate. Within 95% of the points are within that shaded area. So how did we improve LAI? This is again just one biome PFT combination. We have this histogram of the gray histogram is our initial PPE, and the observations are yellow, and their uncertainty is shaded in yellow. And then that implausibility ±3 score is this shaded green area. That's the observational and emulator uncertainty. And our new ensemble is this green histogram. So I think this is validating our workflow, right? We're not outside of what we expected. None of these fall outside the range. But if I tell you, I'm aiming for a LAI of 5, and I say, well, I can get you between 2 and 8, that doesn't feel great. So what I think will happen is as we add more ensemble members and fill in the density of that space, our emulator uncertainty will decline and will get smaller, and that will allow us to hone in on our actual observations without going any closer to this line than the spread in the observational uncertainty. How am I doing on time? Great. All right, I have one more point I want to make before I wrap up. Are we constraining the parameter space? And I think this gets lost in our conversations sometimes. Just because we don't reduce the range, the plausible range in a parameter, doesn't mean we're not constraining the space. So to exemplify that, I'm showing for one universal set of parameters, I'm showing how the PFT-specific parameters, the fraction of those that we deem plausible, just for these two parameters. We've ruled out this big chunk of gray in the corner here, but we haven't actually reduced the range, right? There's so many trade-offs between parameters that you can still set, for a high specific leaf area, you can still get plausible samples. And so, that's what, when we show these posteriors, we rarely are actually ruling out parameter space entirely, but we are ruling out fractions of parameter space. And I said that this was just one set of universal parameters. I want to show you some examples of how this posterior space in 2D looks for different universal parameters. And the point I'm making here is that it's the PFT-specific posterior, good parameter space is incredibly dependent on what your universal set parameters are set to, what your soil parameters are set to. You can, for some soil condition, you can have any leaf area, a specific leaf area and leaf CN will get you in this plausible space, but for a different set of CLM universal parameters, you might have really different posteriors. So it's important to maintain these interactions through this workflow. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. But I think I'm really interested in getting your feedback on how we think this philosophy of tuning is, and whether it's appropriate for applying to CLM6. We think we can get through several of these hoops and rule out pretty big swaths of the parameter space as being non-physical versions of CLM. But then we might end up at this bottom hoop. And this is where I think we should embrace the uncertainty and say anything within this, anything within that last constraint,
all of those parameter sets are equally likely. We can't deem any of them better or worse than the others. We've just ruled out everything, the space around them, and there might be thousands of parameter combinations within that last hoop. And where do we go from there? I think that really depends on the application. There are instances where we need to run one combination of CLM parameters. And for that, we might want to apply a Bayesian optimization thing. And we maybe have some faith in our emulators to do that. So you can do that once you get to that space. But maybe a more useful approach would be to say, can we select some minimal number of parameter sets that exhibit a range in some emergent behavior that we weren't able to constrain given our observations? And that new combination of sets represents some spread in the uncertainty in CLM. So this is our idea of where we're headed. And yeah, we haven't started this with the new code base, so there's plenty of room to adapt and make changes to this approach. So feedback is very welcome at this stage. Thanks.
A couple quick questions for Linnea. Maybe we'll have time for discussion after Abby.
I just want to say I love this approach, and I like it. It like fits very well with how I've been thinking about it. We need to take this and do it to Daniel's runs, and then say here's the collection of parameter sets, and then we run them in the fully coupled carbon cycle to get the spread and carbon cycle behavior. So that's exactly what I was talking about on Tuesday.
Yes. I have like a million questions, so I might take you out to lunch sometime, but just one quick one. You showed a lot of constraining against LAI. Can you do a constraint against multiple observational things? Does that help, or is it really difficult?
Yeah, it's fine. You can do it on anything you want. This is our example just because we have a CLM SP as our target, and it's nice it's disaggregated by PFT. But what I think is important here is that when we start from this total abyss space, you want to start with constraints that are really easy to emulate. So something mean state, something fairly linear. So you want to, that first hoop you jump through should be something fairly straightforward, something like that the relationship between the parameter and the net response. As you start to constrain that space and increase the density of your ensemble members in that area, then you can finally start to tease out some of the more complicated things. So one of the challenges we're finding with tuning interannual variability is that the influence of the parameters is so much larger than the influence of year-to-year meteorology that it just gets swamped out. We can't pick up on any of the interannual variability. But once we get to maybe a slightly more constrained space and we have more ensemble members, then we can start to do higher order metrics like interannual variability. So there is some structure to the order that matters. You can do this with any variable that you have observations with. Yeah,
go ahead.
So, a quick question, I'm curious, very nice talk, by the way. One statement at the end about all the parameters that you've decided are plausible are equally likely in the parameter sets. I mean, it seems like the implausibility function is a likelihood function. And so in some ways you can attach a likelihood to all the parameter sets, so they're not really, they're in the accepted group, but they all have a different likelihood, and some may be seen as more, at the core of the likelihood than others. So I wonder, is that also the way you think of it?
I don't think of the implausibility score as a likelihood. I think of it as black or white, like it's just a yes or no. And so one parameter set is always either yes or no. And that's why if it's plausible, it's plausible. What I do think treating them as all equally likely is, we have more information than that. So we might want to do some sort of Bayesian optimization at that point where we construct a more informative cost function and get some likelihoods in that constrained space. I think we will go in that direction, but with a different cost function.
Yeah, I also love this approach. It jives well with my sort of data assimilation heritage. The one question though is thinking about PPE as a thing, right? Like producing a parameter ensemble, and then also PPE as a capability, as in lots of people can do PPE, right? I wonder if there are opportunities to sort of and or potential pitfalls in the idea that like there are many people doing different PPEs. Where's the opportunity to sort of like, you know, learn from experiments where people are looking at, right, like where folks are looking at a different set of parameters and how that, right, as you kind of go down the calibration cascade, like how that influences how you might have thought differently about experiments that have already been done. And so I don't know, that's a very like open-ended question, but.
Yeah, I have to think about that more. I think it's a good question for the community is how do we exchange information between PP experiments? I don't have a good answer for that. It's worth thinking about.
But it seems like there's probably some information gain to be had there, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a great transition.
Rosie, we should take the
Oh yeah, Rosie, go ahead while we're transitioning slides.
Yeah, thanks, Anea. It's super exciting to see this kind of work maturing. And I guess I feel like it does map quite well onto how one would anecdotally do hand tuning in this kind of small Latin hypercubes iterating through the space. And I guess my question is like, in the example that you showed of the trade-off, it seemed like the model was really being pushed to the corner of the space. And I guess kind of my feeling there would be, well, we probably need to extend the parameter range further into that past that yellow corner. Hang on, Sam. Past that yellow corner so that it can find the optimal solution. And if we can't do that, because those parameter values are implausible or indefensible, a thing we've been finding both in the CLM5 and the Fates calibration is sometimes that tells you that you need to make a structural change, right? So I guess my question is, when does this process trigger like a structural reassessment of what's happening in the model?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think it's a great tool for identifying these structural constraints, and we can use it in that way. I don't have a hard, fast rule of when, but I think Adriana's going to talk about some examples of how she used this to find structure. So yeah, just turn it over.
Great, that's a great transition. Adriana Foster is going to talk about her work calibrating Fates.
Thanks. All right, I put robustly in front of this to try to put in this uncertainty, so don't ask me about it though. All right, so, okay, I think I'm the first person to talk about Fates, so just in case you don't know, Fates is a vegetation demographics model that operates inside CLM or other host land models. So this means it breaks vegetation up into cohorts of similar size and PFT. The cohorts grow and die on patches of a similar age. And then, so these atmosphere fluxes are still simulated at a 30-minute time step, but then the plant growth allocation occurs on a daily time step. So why do we care? Well, so with Fates, we are kind of necessarily in the business of capturing ecological processes across multiple scales. So we've got cell-level processes of photosynthesis, leaf-level processes like stomatal conductance and boundary layer dynamics impacts. And then we have these tree and stand level processes like allocation and competition. And so because Fates is multi-scale, the fact that these scales interact non-linearly with one another, it can be very difficult to calibrate across all of these scales at once. So for example, if we're trying to calibrate, say, photosynthesis or transpiration, we also have to ensure that we capture leaf area, stand structure, recruitment, PFT competition, all correctly. And so ideally, we'd like to control for some of these processes while we aim to parameterize and calibrate others. So in Fates, we have the ability to do this, to control for more complex processes via these complexity modes. And so for satellite phenology mode, it's like the CLM satellite phenology mode. We use observed LAI and height over time for each PFT, and then each PFT consists of one cohort on a patch of fixed area. And so we're essentially turning off growth and disturbance and mortality. And we have no competition mode. We turn back growth and disturbance back on, but then the PFTs are still given a fixed area to grow, but they don't compete with one another. And then in prescribed biogeography mode, it's similar, but then we only allow some PFTs on each patch as defined by, well, we see them on the globe. And then we've got full fates where all the levers are turned on, the PFTs are allowed to grow everywhere, and hopefully we've done a good job and they end up where they're supposed to be. Okay, so we've developed this process of a calibration cascade where we calibrate each model complexity mode successively. And so the idea here is that we can calibrate different parameters in each mode because with some of those processes turned off, we can isolate certain parameters. So starting in SP mode, we'd be calibrating these biophysical parameters because the disturbance and growth parameters shouldn't matter. And then we sort of start off with these priors. We calibrate them according to outputs like evapotranspiration, sensible heat, and GPP. And then we spit out some posteriors. And then those posteriors become our new priors for the next complexity mode calibration, where we're also calibrating some new parameters against other outputs, so on and so forth down the chain until we get to full fates with all the parameters. Excuse me. So along this road, we're hopefully more tightly constraining our priors in each method. And so right now, I'm just going to talk about progress towards the first calibration step in SP mode. Okay, so Lydia kind of already went over this. I'm following the same pathway, but the essential for this talk, the roadmap is going to be sensitivity analysis in fates to pick the most sensitive parameters, which we then put into a Latin hypercube ensemble. We train some model emulators. We resample using that emulator, compare to observations, pick or throw out some parameters, and then, yeah, we got calibrated fates, okay? It's not that simple, but that would be nice. Okay, so for SP mode calibration, we're running with, we set up the sort of configuration that we like. We're running with two-stream radiation, more on this from Ryan Knox later this afternoon, Atkin respiration, Medlin's to model conductance, and then this new temperature acclimation scheme. And then instead of running on a full global simulation, I'm using this sparse grid. So these are 400 grid cells that were selected to both to be similar to the ones we're not running. So one grid cell can represent some ones that we're not running, and then they're also supposed to be responsive to climate, among other things. And so, though we're kind of running into some issues with this grid, which I'll get into later. For all of these simulations, this is an SP mode, so I only spun it up for 60 years. And waited for the total water storage to evolve. And then I used the last 20 years for analysis, and I'm cycling GSWP3 climate. Okay, so here's some results for this initial one at a time sensitivity analysis. So here I'm running like hundreds of, I think it was like 238 member ensemble. Each time we're only varying one parameter to be its min or max value. On the right, you can see this is just global annual GPP. So a lot of these parameters did absolutely nothing. I'm running all of the fates parameters, so a lot of these did nothing in SP mode. That's good. But then some of them obviously did matter a lot to GPP. And then on the left is just looking at the top 20 parameters for global annual GPP. Okay, so discerning viewers will notice that our default GPP is quite high. It's like 180. That's okay, we'll tune it down. All right, and then also just note that I'm only calibrating fates parameters currently. So the CLM, there are CLM parameters like the soil ones, the runoff. They are important in this mode, but I'm just calibrating fates parameters currently. Okay, so of those, that sensitivity analysis, I picked the top 27 parameters across GPP, evapotranspiration, sensible heat, albedo, and surface soil moisture output, and put those in, created a 300-member Latin hypercube ensemble. Here they are, just colored by parameter grouping. So we've got some allometry parameters, leaf biophysical parameters, radiation parameters, and so forth. Okay, so here is a histogram of global annual GPP for that Latin hypercube ensemble. This is actual fates output, not emulated output. And here is the default value, global GPP over here, and then way over here, the observations. And then here is just the same annual GPP averaged by latitude. Okay, so the next step is to train an emulator on that Latin hypercube output so we can predict fates output for the new parameter sets without having to rerun the whole model, so hopefully this is going to speed up our calibration process. So here's looking at validating global annual GPP. Does a pretty good job, really tight. There are error bars on there, but they're really small. And then here are the same outputs for sensible heat and evapotranspiration. Okay, so the idea now is that we resample this parameter space using our emulator rather than rerunning CTSM fate. So if this is our original Latin hypercube for just 3 parameters, we're then gonna fill in the space, and then we can use the emulator to fill in that space. And so here's just looking at emulated global annual GPP, and then the red bar is the observational mean plus or minus the standard deviation. Okay, so far I've been looking at global output, but as Linnea said, we really want to be able to vary these parameters by PFT, and so my method of going about it was to look at specific grid cells that were dominant in one PFT. And so just comparing, making an emulator for each average of those dominant PFT grid cells. And so this is a map of, just based on the CLM surface data file, where we've got each grid cell is showing you what's the dominant PFT of that grid cell. And here I mean dominant by it's the most in terms of percent cover. So that could be like 31% versus 30%. So that's not really ideal because we're still getting a lot of mixing in both the model output and the observations that we're comparing to. So ideally, we'd like to compare to PFT grids that are really dominant. So here's looking at least 60% cover. We're really restricted. So some of these PFTs aren't even present on this map anymore. And then when you consider we're using the sparse grid, this restricts us even further. So of the sparse grid cells, only a handful pass my criteria for being a dominant PFT grid. So this is, again, something we'd like to keep working on. But for now, I'm going to focus on ones that had at least 4 grid cells in the sparse grid. So that's only 6 PFTs. So for those 6 PFTs, we can start emulating the average. I took the average of those grid cells. And again, I'm looking at emulated output for GPP here for C4 grass. And so we can start using this sample to pick parameters that get us closer to that observational mean. Okay, that's not great. Yeah, that's not great. Okay, this is fine. Okay, back to the model configuration. Okay, so we actually noticed that the Medlin's default conductance was not converging. It kept giving us these errors, so we're going to nix that and instead use Ball-Berry. And then it was very apparent that this temperature acclimation scheme really resulted in a high GPP bias. Work from Claire Zarakis, she can tell you more about this, but she saw that at point locations in the tropics showed that you needed, if you're going to have temperature acclimation turned on, you need to have plant hydraulics turned on, which we can't do globally yet. So we're going to nix this too. All right, and then because we got rid of temperature acclimation, I'm going to add in 6 parameters related to activation and deactivation energy or entropy for VCmax and Jmax, because those were taken care of in the temperature acclimation scheme. And then I actually took away some parameters that were only sensitive for albedo, because with the 2-stream updates, we actually think that albedo is pretty well constrained. Okay, so now this new ensemble, we've got 22 parameters. And here's our new histogram of global annual GPP. Okay, we're still high biased compared to the observations, but it's much better. And then if you look at averaged over latitude, our ensemble really now it kind of nicely encompasses or covers the observations. Okay. Now something interesting came up. So here was our emulator validation for the previous ensemble with acclimation and Medlin. And here it is for this updated ensemble. So we've reduced the bias, the GPP is lower for those blue points. But now the emulator is actually having a harder time predicting GPP. And I think largely it's because those activation and deactivation parameters we added have a lot of interactive effects both on, say, VCmax and GPP. So that's kind of interesting. We've helped with the bias, but we've also gained some uncertainty in our emulator. Okay, so here's our new PFT-specific emulated samples. Great, they actually encompass the observations now. Okay, so back to looking at those PFT-specific emulators. Okay, here's just one looking at needle leaf evergreen extratropical tree for GPP. And so this is 20 grid cells, which if you kind of squint, you can see them up here. And then we can also use the emulator to look at parameter sensitivity for this PFT. So you probably can't see the text very well, but this VCmax is the most important for GPP, that makes sense. But then we've also got Jmax, HD, VCmax, SE, and the gray bars are showing that this is actually parameter interactive effects in terms of explaining variation. So to go about finding these plausible parameter sets that Linnea explained, so we're going to use the same equation and throw out anything that is over 3. And again, so if this is our Latin hypercube for our emulated sample, we're going to throw out anything that is implausible for compared to GPP, but then I also used sensible heat and evapotranspiration. So for this sample, we actually ended up throwing out quite a lot of parameters. And then I did that for all 6 of those PFTs to get these distributions of plausible parameters for all the parameter sets. And so here's just looking at VC max and to model intercept. And so it's interesting, we did actually get some convergence for some of these, especially for broadleaf evergreen trees. But for other PFTs, like Arctic C3 grass, we didn't really get that much constraint, which, that's okay. Yeah, so now the plan is to we reran CTSM fates with a sampling of those plausible parameter sets. And here's our output. And you can see this is the ensemble mean in black. It got better. It's way closer to the observational means now. If you remember, here was the default value that we had before, way out there. And then here again is looking at averaged over latitude. So we do see some weirdness going on at 15 degrees north and south. So we can look at some maps. Okay, this is difference from observations for GPP. This was the previous version, default version above, and this is our updated version. So a lot of things going on. I guess I'll point to, yay, like we did reduce a lot of this GPP bias, especially in the northern latitudes. C4 grasses are still giving us trouble. And then we actually introduced some low bias in the tropics. I think this was because the grid cells that I picked to be the dominant grid cells were maybe not as representative as I wanted them to be. So what I want to do is go back and redo these using grid cells that I pick from the surface data set. So kind of not using the sparse grid, but picking some number of grid cells that span the globe that I think are like, these are my tropical tree grids. And then here's looking at sensible heat and evapotranspiration, which is not as exciting output as GPP. Okay, so yeah, as I said, the next steps are to rerun the Latin hypercube ensembles with expanded PFT-specific grids for better representability, and then maybe use more output variables to constrain the parameter space, so like maybe soil moisture or runoff. And yeah, just to conclude, these emulators can be used to uncover some structural problems in our models. Like as Rosie was saying, I did try to rerun with lower and lower VC max to get the GPP down in that first model configuration, but it was getting to be like completely ridiculous VC max values. So that was why we went back to the drawing board. And then, I think these reduced complexity models modes are useful for calibrating specific model parameters and reducing these confounding and interactive factors. So this was just wave 1, part 1 maybe. We might have wave 1, part 2. And yeah, onwards and upwards.
Questions for Adriana?
That was amazing, thank you. I really enjoyed this session as a whole. And I have a question which could be general for all of the people thinking about parameters here. How much of the spread do you think is due to the parameters themselves possibly being time varying versus being, like, you're trying to hone a specific, you're hoping that it narrows down to a single value, but maybe it will never do that?
Yeah, time varying, interesting. Yeah, I mean, so I'm comparing to like an average of, I guess it's like 10 years of observational, but I haven't really thought about time varying.
Yeah, maybe some of them are not supposed to be time varying because they're specific to certain mechanisms or pathways, but I wonder if some of them are seasonal.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if anyone else has thoughts on that.
I don't have thoughts on that, but I have another question.
Go for it.
Okay, great talk. So one of the structural changes you made was the stomatal conductance model. And so I'm just curious about why the Ball-Berry model was ended up being a better structural choice. And I know the Medlin model has more parameters to tune, but is there sort of another?
No, we don't, it doesn't have, it's just, well, I mean, at least in Fate's parameters, it would still just to model the intercept and the slope. And you can actually make the Medlin and the Ballberry look the same. But so for Fates specifically, our Medlin code, I think just is buggy and we just need to fix it. So it didn't, if you look at bias, like I ran a whole like factorial grid of like all the configurations, and the Medlin is actually slightly better, and so I maybe you could have used it. But it kept, Fates people in general, we see that it like doesn't converge well, and so I kind of was like, I don't want to deal with this right now. So, but yeah, I think if we fix so we can use Medlin. Yeah.
Rosie, I think you had a question online.
I do. Super duper awesome. Where you have the thing where it doesn't constrain the ranges of the parameters for like most of the PFTs, is that because there's like an equifinality between the VC max and the stomatal intercept?
It depends. So in some cases, it's because I think due to equifine, like you can get the same answer by varying, like say, stomatal conductance versus VC max, or there's a high amount of variability and uncertainty in either the observations or the emulator. For some of these grids that I picked, like the observational uncertainty was really high, so high that like essentially anything goes. And so I think, again, I want to be more careful about what grids that I like, sort of what are my new PFT grids. I'm going to take into consideration the PFT composition. So I want it to be dominant enough that we can be confident. I'm mostly looking at this PFT when I compare to output and observations. I'm also covering enough of that PFT's biome space so that I'm only going to calibrate C3 grass in one specific biome that'll kind of, I think, bias our results. And then also I want the grids to have good observational constraints somehow. I don't know. Maybe that's not good though. Maybe we don't want to do that.
Yeah.
No.
Also, weird that it's intercept and not slope that's this dominant parameter here.
Well, okay, so I'll note that if you look at the range, these are the actual range, not scaled. It's like, I think the actual range is like 4 to like 200,000. So really, we're just, the prior on our stomatal intercept was huge. So I think that's why this one it looks like it's getting like hugely constrained, but this range is still pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, there are some really big numbers out there for that.
Yeah, I know, no, that prior is not like pulled out of the air. It's based on observation, so.
But it's weird.
Yeah.
We can maybe open up to a broader discussion too about PPE in general.
Yeah, this is a little bit broader. So you ran Latin Hypercube, you ran 300 simulations, right?
Yeah.
Did you need 300 simulations to find out that the temperature acclimation doesn't work?
I guess not. I mean, I kind of didn't. Yeah, I think we knew that it was. I did a run and just to look at all the configurations, but I think we thought that maybe we would be able to tune it down. So, yeah.
And it brings me to the broader question of like, Latin Hypercube is useful, I feel like, for humans because you can like run it once and walk away and not have to supervise it at all.
Yeah.
But it may not be the most efficient way to learn our space.
Yeah.
And could you, as a software engineer, like design a machine overlord that's like, so you don't have to supervise it and say like, okay, it's not worth running more simulations. And like, don't put so many points where the super high GPP, and do not all the way to MCMC where it's like fully iterative, but somewhere in between where you could.
So you're saying like if I had like a parameter value like 0 to 1, right?
Yeah.
You would run like the 0 and the 1 first. And then be like, okay, that sucked. And then we could like split it, right? We could do like a binary search, like, okay, where's our, and then start throwing away parameters. You could already do a plausibility search while you're running.
Right, and have some sort of like deep learning where it's like, hey, we already sorted this area out, let's not put any more points here. I don't know, it just seems like Latin Hypercube is really easy for humans like doing their work every day, but may
Yeah.
not
I
be
mean,
the
it-
most efficient.
It implies that we're naive, right, about the,
Yeah.
a completely, I mean, like, we have a prior, but it's uniform, so maybe, like, I think you can make Latin hypercubes not uniform, but, yeah, that's cool.
How would that work with like Linea's example with like changing soil properties, changed where you want to be sampling and the, whatever your tube? I'm just trying to think how that would work in a multi-dimensional space.
Maybe Lejo knows.
Probably not. But, well, and this is maybe a broader question, but like, right, there are right. We know that a lot of these parameters are sort of correlated with one another, and that sort of like that. Right, that I think some of that sort of plausibility kind of function is sort of getting at that. But there are ways to impose correlation on those parameters based on sort of empirical observations, which may kind of make it so that you're. Maybe, I mean, you might still do 300 ensemble members, but you may do it in a way in which like the parameters are sort of correlated with one another.
Yeah, and I think my point more broadly is that running these simulations, you want to have all of your best possible priors in hand.
Yeah.
And then I think it also makes sense to have your observations in hand too, as you're running the simulations, so that you're not putting a bunch of computing time into like really like implausible areas.
Straight into the trash.
Yeah, and right now we're trying to have our priors in hand, but we don't at all look at the observations as we're choosing new simulations.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, to Linea's finding that we called them the universal parameters versus the PFT specific ones, like in my mind, those are all interactive, and so that you just have to be assuming that they're interactive to begin with, and yeah, that has to be part of the design from the beginning. Just like the PFT ones are interactive, like the non-PFT ones are interactive too.
Yeah. Do you want to comment on
Is Rosie have her hand up again?
that? If we do that, we have 212 parameters in our ensemble, and we can't like parse the space with the computing time that we have. And so we would have to really like do a much finer screen on parameters up front.
But you're not screening the universal ones?
No, so what I'm saying is like, Linnea said she picked 32 parameters and how many, you had 22.
20-something.
But a handful of them have a dimension of 16 behind them.
Yeah.
And so you just have a lot more parameters. So you would have had to start with like 5 or 3 parameters to start to afford.
In
But I mean,
SP,
if they're that important, like you need to do that.
Well, but you don't need to if, I don't think it's sorted how much PFT interaction influences, like, can we emulate around some of that stuff is still like an unknown, I think.
Rosie, is your hand still up from before, or? I'll make it back down. Good, Dave.
Kind of an obvious.
No.
Linnea is starting, as we all agreed, with the hard problem of getting LAI right without constraining anything else. And so as we move into the actual CLM6 calibration, do we want to actually take the calibration cascade approach?
that's what I would say.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
And so then we do. So we don't really know how much the problems, not the problems, the challenges you're having are because we went to the harder problem first yet, and whether or not you would still be having the same, whether there's anything different that we'd be thinking about. I guess you probably have a better sense than I do about whether anything would be different. But and then I'm curious then, the idea that there could still be parameters from that, from the 22 that you picked that might still have an influence on LAI, right? And so how are you going to
So you
handle that? You're just be constrained.
you have
prior.
tighter prior. So
Tighter prior.
you're not picking one value, like this is the new VC max. It's
a prior.
this, right? And so whatever. It's that distribution. So, yeah.
But then
I don't- go ahead,
what do you do then if you have a parameter that doesn't go in, say there's a parameter in the top 22 for GPP in here, but it doesn't come into the top parameters once you're calibrating the LAI, then what do you do about priors for that? Does that make sense? Because you have to pick a value. Would you have to pick a value, or you would just be sampling? Yeah, I'm not, it'll take me too long.
Like
to make it,
allocation
but-
would be an example, where if you do an SP calibration, you're not gonna get any informed
Yeah,
priors on
yeah.
allocation
So it's the same
parameters,
as
so you're gonna
whatever
start
the-
from scratch when you start a BGC run. Is that?
It wasn't exactly it, but that's okay. I'll reformulate in my head and then ask it. Charlie's gonna ask it. Charlie's gonna ask good questions.
Like the parameters that didn't go into my Latin hypercube, they're the same prior that we had before. So it's whatever the min-max that we decided at the beginning of the one at a time. It's gonna be the same in like no competition mode. Because we didn't learn anything from SP mode.
Charlie, you wanna go ahead?
Yeah, I mean, to that point of trying to apply the calibration cascade on big leaf CLM, I mean, can you do that? It seems to me that you can't, because, the prognostic VC max which is a function of the nitrogen cycle in full CLM5 just completely breaks the idea of SP mode telling you anything useful about the full model.
Point for Charlie.
Does that mean that a fades will break with nitrogen turned on?
It means that's one of the reasons why we haven't put a prognostic VC max into it, right? And I think the way in which you couple the carbon nitrogen cycle determines whether and how you can do this. It remains to be seen whether or not any of this will work in a non-prognostic VC max with a nitrogen cycle. But that's the starting hypothesis.
Other thoughts? Yeah, Keith.
This might be a question for Daniel. When you're looking at constraints in the PPE, have you looked at like an interannual variability of NEE? That's something that comes up in our coupled carbon models.
Yeah, I'm still drilling down, so I've looked at means and trends, I haven't looked at variability.
There's literature on emergent constraints that might be giving ideas for the avenues to pursue.
Yeah, I'm at the point now where I could sort of like play with more stuff, and I decided it's time to go read a bit more and get like a more kind of like nuanced and informed kind of path forward.
I want to just connect this to Gordon's talk yesterday a little bit. I think this framework allows us to incorporate observational uncertainty somewhat formally into the workflow. So if we do end up using something like trend in GPP as an observational constraint, we can build in a tolerance that accounts for what we quantify as being observational uncertainty in that metric, and we'll never force the model to go. We'll only rule out things that are outside that plausible trend given that uncertainty. So I just want to, I'm not exactly sure where we put that in the workflow. I think there's a couple options, but we can incorporate that into this framework.
I think we were getting into that a little bit yesterday at the end of the discussion of my talk with this idea of what is meant by uncertainty. And really, what I was talking about, these are just like linear regressions, time series. And so that with the uncertainty, the standard error I was talking about was really is the interannual variability. That's what it's amounting to. But on top of that, there would be the uncertainty, and I was looking at GPP, so then there's the uncertainty of the flux partitioning, is it nighttime or daytime, U-star, if they're filtering, all that kind of stuff. And then you have different sort of data products to begin with. And quite honestly, I don't know how all these uncertainties actually match together. Like when FluxCom gives something, I have no idea what that is, in terms of uncertainty. So I think the thing is, what I would say to you is, yes, we want to do that, but there are all these multiple levels of uncertainty that are coming in. And I was specifically talking about like the interannual, variability that you see when you're looking at this trend. It's not just a number. There's a distribution, from linear regression of the statistics give you a 95% confidence interval. And that interval is really meaningful in terms of looking at interannual variability.
Great. I think I'd encourage us to move the conversation maybe outside at lunch. There's some nice tables. It's very sunny today. Yeah.
In the patio or the tree plaza?
The patio, yeah. Great, thanks to all the people. And we're back at 1:30.
Good, yeah.
So,
That's well.
Hear me okay?
Yes, Greg.
Okay. Okay, cool. I think we got it. So we're not going to get a feedback issue. All right. Yay, there's that. Will this actually work? Oh, that's just going to be in the way. Okay.
so people are still gathering in the rooms.
What do I do? Oh, nope. Okay, stop presenting. How do I do the presenter mode? But
Hey, Gregory, you'll need to swap displays once you go to your presentation.
And you're muted.
Hello. Let me see your screen
okay.
now. Okay, there's your,
Okay.
yeah, there's your slides.
You all can see that all right?
Yep.
Can we hear them?
Oh, yeah, should. There we go. Sorry, I had my volume off here.
Okay. Cool. We don't have Will here yet. Oh, you are? Okay.
You can start without me, but I'm here.
I was specifically waiting for Will.
It's 3:30, he's still not here.
So it's probably a smaller group. So are we good to start?
Yeah.
I guess we're good to start. Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. We saved the best for last, which we're going to talk about fates. And it's all remote. And Greg is the one that's starting.
You need to share, go full screen first and then share your desktop.
Oh, okay. Sorry, y'all. I've got a new loaner Mac, and I'm still trying to figure out how to do this. But if I go...
You should be able to swipe back and forth screens with
okay,
three
okay.
fingers.
Oh, okay. So if I do this... No, that's not going to work. All right, so... Slideshow. Boom.
Just notes.
And then share screen,
And swipe back.
swipe back.
Do we see?
Screen? No? Oh, can't. Oh my god. Safari needs this settings for. All right, I'm gonna try and do this way. I'll try and do it a different way.
Do you want us to share? And then we could, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I do have the slides there. That might work better in that way.
You do have the slides here.
See my notes.
Yeah. Which talk are we? So this one. Greg. Number 9. No, that's earlier ones. Okay. Oh, 9, yeah.
Was the error it was giving you that needs to be in Chrome? The other option is rejoining.
Yeah, that I needed some sort of like, that I needed to set something in Safari for the web settings to allow it to be able to do that. This MacBook is so fresh, it hasn't had anything up to mine.
All right, I have my professional look ready now. Guys.
Okay.
Do they not have it?
They should have it. I sent it in.
We're working on the computer here. Similar challenges. Never take that off, Ryan.
Oh, yay. There we go.
You look fabulous.
Once I put this on, I had this like deep-seated fear that I wouldn't be able to take this hat off, and I'm afraid.
The best part is none of us will be able to unsee that.
Yeah. That's scary.
Were you all during the breaks talking about how strange and ironic it is that the one day we can't run the model is like the day that we actually have a meeting?
It's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. We planned it. Since we didn't know about the bug, we planned the meeting.
That's right. Get everybody's attention.
Okay, Greg, we have your presentation on screen.
All right.
I guess you'll
That's
just
great.
tell me when to advance.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. Yeah, so as Eric said, we're going to kick off this session with Fates. I'm going to be giving a really high-level, somewhat software-centric overview, similar to Jackie's talk last year. It'll act as a preview for some of the upcoming talks, and be going kind of fast. So next slide, please. All right, so as Adriana talked about in the previous session, Fates have been working through the calibration cascade, which got started up in 2022, and Jesse had actually presented stuff at this meeting in 2023, so we're not going to rehash much of the stuff here. Just wanted to note that Jesse has a talk on vertical scaling that came out of this work that'll be coming up later. Ryan also will be talking about true stream radiation in his work. This implementation uses a generalized solution similar to that found in the Ed2 models. So stay tuned for his talk on that. Next slide, please. Okay, next, Adam Hambury-Brown presented to us in 2022 this tree recruitment scheme that was accepted to new phytologists. At that time, it hadn't actually been brought into Fates. It was presented kind of offline. But in 2023, he integrated it, and you can find lots of information about it on the Fates tech doc. So I want to give a gold star to Adam for updating the tech documentation as well, with appropriate links and these great visuals. The one-line summary of this is that the scheme captures environmentally sensitive recruitment limitations based on forest floor conditions. And this is something that is off by default in Fates, but you can turn it on via the parameter file. Next slide. Oh, actually, sorry. I should also note that he did do some investigations with this, and initial results showed improvement in predictions of recruitment rate at Barrow, Colorado Island, which was great to see. Now, next slide, please. All right. Similar to the TRS feature, Yanlan Liu, now at Ohio State, and I started working on cross-grid seed dispersal in 2022 and finally integrated it in 2023. This implements Bullock's 2017 paper that synthesized a bunch of empirical plant dispersal kernels as probability density function fits. This was taken from the functions were taken from a previous paper in 2012. The PDFs that we've implemented in Fates are the two top best fitting ones. And the way you engage this is the dispersal modes, whether it be windblown or animal dispersed, are selected by defining a shape and scale parameter in the Fates parameter file that best fits that particular mode. You can find there's a comprehensive table in the Bullock paper that correlates the mode to the particular parameters for a given kernel. It's not automated in Fates yet, where you can just say, I'm running a crop with like a windblown seed, and then it'll automatically update those things for you. You have to do this manually currently in the parameter file. The dispersal timing is also currently limited by a fixed cadence that the user selects, but this time via the name list, you either have it off, can do it daily, monthly, or yearly. I also wanted to note that the grid cell communication here is inherently distributed across various compute nodes. And I wanted to give a shout out to Sam Levis, who I know is actually, I think, traveling back home right now. The foundation for the initial code here was based on some, I think, prototype work he had done for a bark beetle infestation propagation. So we really appreciated being able to use that code. The original method was limited to just kind of looking at the immediate neighborhood and was limited to rectilinear grids. But now the user can actually define in the parameter file a maximum dispersal distance from any given fate site on a grid cell. And as such is also agnostic to the grid cell structure, so it should work on unstructured grid. I also should note that this runs globally, but is really intended for high-res regional runs, as the empirical dispersal data that everything is fitted to is relatively short distance. I think that the maximum is really up to like 2 kilometers right now. You can find more design documentation information on the FATES user's guide, or in the developer's guide section, where you can find this flow chart. And I have a link to the user's guide at the end of this talk. Next slide, please. Okay, so this year we started developing land use change into FATES. Charlie's going to talk way more about this in his upcoming talk, particularly the land use version 2 that's in development. But I did want to note that version 1 is on the FATES main and CTSM master branches. The version 1 implements land use labels in FATES and a new IO submodule in the host land model based on the Dyn subgrid framework to pass the LUH2 raw data into FATES. This raw data is minimally processed by a land use data tool that we developed as well. This is a Python package to kind of minimally process the LUH2 time series state transition and management data, and regrid it against the target surface data file that you're going to be running with in your case. We're leveraging a ESMF high-level Python interface called XESMF, which uses X-ray as a dependency. So if you're familiar with that, you'll probably it'll be easy for you to engage with XESMF if you want to check it out on the side. Version 1 of this has already been implemented into the FATES repo as well, and has been tested on Perlmutter, was tested on Cheyenne. There was currently an issue on Derecho, but I actually went and tested that out after some talks we had a few weeks, and it works well on Derecho as well. The version 2 of this, which creates a PFT to land use mapping as well, has been rolled into the version 1 and given its own repo on the ngtropics org, and I'm currently in the process of fleshing out the unit testing and the automated testing for dependency issues using GitHub Actions, with the intent to build this as a Conda package and host it on a private ngtropics Anaconda channel, with the intent so that any future user can simply add that channel to their Conda configuration and then just Conda install this as necessary to make it a little bit easier for future use. And maybe even integration into like an automated make surface data map chain that we've talked a little bit about. As a future development, I'd like to try and implement Dask into this tool to do distributed regridding and really bring down the compute time. It's not terribly long right now. Our current like 4x5 performance check was on the order of like 30 minutes to 45 minutes, depending on the day, I guess, and how long you're actually, if you're trying to do the full time series or a shorter time subset of the time series. But I think it would be nice to actually distribute this out to make it a little bit more tractable and a little bit easier for users to implement, especially for if we want to try and automate this in the future. Okay, next slide. Some more notable fixes. Again, I should have mentioned at the beginning, this whole list is not comprehensive, but I wanted to try and make sure I could pack in as much as possible. I want to give a shout out to the refactoring efforts that have been taking place. Adriana Foster did some really great work refactoring the Fates patch and cohort modules to help like disentangle the subroutines as much as possible to support unit testing in Fates, which has been supportive of the work that she's been doing and will probably be supportive of future unit test implementations. Also, I wanted to give a shout out to John Alex, who was actually an external contributor who works at, I think he still works at Google, and came to us, came to the CTSM folks, I should say, and wanted to help out in some way. So we got together and figured that he could work on the CTSM Fates API and produce a nice little design document for how to streamline the I/O and disentangle some of the calls as well. So that was really great to see. So thank you, John, for that. We had a really great example of collaborative asynchronous work together to squash an exact restart issue that had kind of surprised us and somewhat bedeviled us for a little while. Ryan implemented the ultimate fix, and I won't go into the details of what the issue was here, but this was first discovered, I think, by either Mariana or Matt V out of Norway, and it was a great collaboration between Rosie, Mariana, Matt V, myself, Ryan, and probably some other people that I'm forgetting as well, to actually squash the issue. But one of the great outcomes of this that I wanted to highlight was we've increased our regression testing to include more long duration exact restart tests for different run modes to try and better capture issues like this before they come up, before people run into them in the wild, I should say. And this is really glossing over, I feel like, a lot, but Marcos continued to do work on updating the drought deciduous phenology work. He implemented a option of a semi-deciduous phenology mode for the drought deciduous code. He's looking at doing some future development with benchmarking the semi-deciduous stuff with remote sensing data with some folks out of ORNL. So if you're interested in that, you should definitely reach out to him. And finally, as Adriana mentioned earlier, Claire Zarakis brought in implemented the Kumarathunga temperature acclimation, which Charlie took through to the finish line and finished implementing it for us, and also added Atkin respiration as well. Next slide. All right, so now this is this one slide we're going to kind of go over the future development plans we have coming up in the next year. Again, this isn't comprehensive. It's kind of a snapshot of things that were on the top of my mind and have kind of had active discussions. So first up, you'll actually hear more about this in Ryan's talk coming up as well, including the two-stream stuff. Ryan is looking at making some performance improvements, primarily right now looking at photosynthesis solver efficiency, but there's also more in that, so definitely take a look for that in his talk. With regards to fire, Adriana Foster has taken over the active crown fire work that Jackie had started, and we'll be continuing to work on that. Sam Rabin is going to be doing some work on representing tropical forest edge burning. That's pretty new, but he'll be, I'm sure, talking more about that as the year goes forward. We're going to be tackling dynamic columns this year. This is driven by an NG Arctic phase 4 deliverable that Charlie and I are going to work on with help from plenty of other people, I'm sure, leveraging a lot of the conversations that we've had about dynamic land units and dynamic columns in the past. Looking at tooling in general, Ryan, myself, and the CTSM software engineering team have been wanting to try and implement Fates parameter file generation on the fly so that we don't have to create a CTSM API update just to update the default Fates parameter file. Since Fates moves pretty quickly and we update the parameter file fairly often, it would be really nice if the host land model could simply take a look at what the default is in the Fates repository and just generate that on the fly for whenever we want to run tests. Speaking of tests, I would really like to expand unit testing and code coverage for our other Fates Python tools as well. This would be in part leveraging, would be in part targeting wrapping up things a little bit more nicely and doing some dependency testing to make sure that when and if any of the Fates users for the tutorial that we have coming up at the end of this year want to take a look at them, we'll be reasonably assured that when we actually get to there, people will be able to use them since they'll be using kind of a diversity of machines and conda states and things like that. So speaking of the tutorial development, we have a tutorial that's funded by NG Tropics and the Alliance for Tropical Flora and Science coming up in September 2024. You may have heard of it. We did some initial advertisement of it earlier. If this is the first time you're hearing of it and you're interested, you should know that the deadline for it is tomorrow. Oh, it's today? Yeah, it's March 1st, yeah. We'll have a link to the website on the last slide here. But we're going to be leveraging some existing NG tutorial container infrastructure, particularly stuff that had been developed for NG Arctic, which was focusing on getting field experimentalists comfortable with Fates. And as such, it's really focused on being used locally on a user's laptop using container infrastructure. One of the stretch goals we have for this is to host a simplified, maybe BCI version of this online using Jupyter Books, maybe something interactive through like Binder or Google Colabs or Jupyter Hub. And this is somewhat inspired by the Neon tutorials that were, I think, 2 years ago at this point. Next slide. And with that, as a reminder, Fates can run at Neon sites. You can run Fates at Neon sites with both net and remote sensing data driving it. And the aforementioned tutorial is linked here. If you're interested in participating in Fates more, there's a link for the 2024 Fates tutorial, and on that website there's also a email link for an announcement list. So if you want to get updates for future Fates tutorial announcements, not just this one, go and check that out and subscribe to that. We also have our regular Fates Google group in which we announce our every other week Fates modeling meetings, in which we usually have an invited speaker to speak on a topic of interest, and then usually take care of any sort of Fates business or discuss any particular issues. Sometimes we have office hours as well, where we'll just take issues live from the community to help people out. And as a final reminder, here are the aforementioned links to the Fates Users Guide, which is hosted on Read the Docs. You can get to tutorial information, a user's guide, a developer's guide, and the technical documentation all through that one interface. So if you're ever not sure of where to go, just go straight to this user's guide and you should be able to find all the rest of the documentation. And finally, I also have a plug for reaching out to us on the discussion board. We have a fairly active discussion board where people come and ask questions and post ideas and different papers of interest. And we try to also cross-post stuff of relevance to FATES users from the different host land model announcements. So we try to actively maintain this as well. And I believe that is it. Yep. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Greg. That was great. I'm really excited about some of the things you talked about there, and hope other people are. So any questions in the room? Any questions online?
Ryan said a statement that Matthew was a real rock star.
Matthew is a rock star, yeah. I think it's really cool, that connection to Norway, it's helping both of us, so. Okay, well, maybe I'll ask a question then. So actually, this might be a question to the group, because you talked about BCI, and when I'm thinking about the software end of this, I'd like to add that to our testing, but I'm wondering about if we made it easier to run BCI out of the box by adding user mods for that, would that be useful to the community?
BCI?
Oh,
Bureau Colorado Island.
Oh,
yeah, and that's the one that's calibrated.
Yes.
So it's a single point site that's calibrated and it runs well, and it seems like that would be useful to make it easier for people to do that. So
Yes.
Will says, I see a few thumbs up.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, okay. All right.
Great.
Cool. All right, let's move on. And let's see, next is Ryan about TwoStream. And can you take over, or do I need to?
Just stop sharing.
Ryan should be able to share his screen without us stopping.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm doing 2 streams of radiation right now.
Yeah.
Okay, can you all see my screen yet?
Yes, it's not in, there we go.
Okay, well, thanks for having me, everyone. Today I'll talk about making FATES fast. I'll weave in some discussion about two-stream radiation. I originally wanted to change the name of this to the Fast Terrestrial Ecosystem Simulator. And then I was thinking, it's actually not a very fast model. It's relatively fast. So maybe I'll call it the faster than it was terrestrial ecosystem simulator. And provide some data points to back that up. I'll talk about 3 things. The first is pretty simple, just some efforts that we've done to speed up the history diagnostics in the model. The meat and potatoes of the talk is looking at this photosynthesis code. And then also just kind of explaining a little bit about what the two-stream radiation is in FATES, but also kind of weaving in prospects for how to make that fast as well. So we created this new nameless variable. It's called FATES History Dim Level. This isn't actually in the main version of the code, but it should be coming in pretty soon. And what it does is it allows the user to have control over FATES output. But it's not just controlling whether or not you want to write the variable, it's controlling whether or not you actually want to allocate memory to the diagnostic itself and do the calculations. And this is actually kind of important in FATES, and more so in FATES, because we have all these multiplex variables, and a lot of these calculations that we want to write as diagnostics will have to do things like loop over cohorts, which are inside patches, which are inside columns, which are inside grid cells, and sometimes do that, at high frequencies over the course of the day. So this allows a user to either bypass all that output completely, to not even do the calculations, or if you want, you can set it so that you only want grid scale, the really simple stuff. Maybe you're doing like a PPE or something like that. And if you want everything, including the fourth dimension, all of your multiplex variables, you can set it to 2. And you can either set this for like fast time step or the dynamics time steps. And the test so far on derecho has shown that if you don't use option 2, the model is about 10% faster. I assume if you try this on different machines and different configurations, there's going to be some variability here. But the take home is that it's not trivially faster, and it's not going to make your model go twice as fast, but it could really help. Okay, the photosynthesis call sequence. So I ran these tests. This is actually with ELM. It was a gridded simulation, and I looked at the timing over the last 10 years of a full complexity carbon-only simulation. And I thought this really jumped out at me. So like, the amount of time that the model took to do photosynthesis compared to the amount of time that the model took to do pretty much everything but initialization, it's about like 75% of the time. And compared to the amount of time that we spent on ecosystem dynamics, it's like pennies to dollars here. So like, if we're going to speed up the model, we really have to look at photosynthesis here. And honestly, it doesn't look like we should be too concerned with what happens in our ecosystem dynamics code, which only happens once a day. So my team and I, we all started looking into the photosynthesis call sequence. And there's all these nested loops, right? So we've got the model time step loop, and inside there, we're simulating over patches. For each different patch, we have to do an energy balance iteration loop. And then inside that, particularly for fates, we've got to do photosynthesis calculations at different canopy levels for different functional types. And then also looking at the vertical discretization inside of the crowns themselves in this leaf layer. And then for each one of those spaces, we have to solve the intercellular CO2 concentration of the leaves by performing another iteration. So you can see here why this takes so much time is because we have loops within loops within loops within loops, right? And so, we have some ideas on how to tackle these last 3 loops because there's some low-hanging fruit here. So first, this photosynthesis intercellular CO2 closure. One idea was just to simply reevaluate the closure criteria. This is like really simple. Just on first inspection of the numbers, we had to show that the change in intercellular CO2 as it's trying to find better and better solutions has to be smaller than a millionth of a part per million, which is really, really small. And just by playing around with some other ways to evaluate the closure, for instance, I chose a relative closure here, like the change in partial pressure of intercellular CO2 divided by the canopy partial pressure. If that changes by like 100th, right, you can get model speedups of around 3 to 4%, and photosynthesis will go by 11% faster. I'm not, a huge fan of this current closure criteria because it's a relative criteria. But nonetheless, you use this closure criteria in my test at BCI, you get exactly the same results, but the model just simply runs faster. So, I think there's things that we can dial in here and speed up the model a little bit. So the big heavy hitter in terms of potentially making the model faster is really looking at this energy balance system of equations that we have. And this is taken from the CLM technical note. And the objective here is to simply balance the solar radiation with the net radiation, the sensible heat, and the latent heat fluxes, right, such that they become 0. And the process of the iteration is you're looking for the correct forward temperature, which affects the latent heat. The long wave radiation, the sensible, and the latent heat, right? And basically, the process looks kind of like this. You start with some initial guesses on your temperatures, your specific humidities, some aerodynamic, then you get your U star, you calculate some aerodynamic resistances, bulk resistances, and then you get to this step where in FATES is incredibly slow because we have to run all the photosynthesis code in order to get our stomatal conductances, right? And so it proceeds, it gets total conductances for the canopy, we update our sensible latent heats, right? And then we're able to use a Newton-Raphson method to converge on a better temperature. And it'll kind of cycle around typically 5 to 10 times from what I've seen. But the problem is this step is like really, really slow for FATES, getting these stomatal conductances. So one idea we had was to kind of decouple these things, right? I call this variably coupled. The idea is that you'll use the previous stomatal conductances from the last time step. You'll hold them as constant, right, as you're searching for an updated vegetation temperature. Once that vegetation temperature has a suitably small enough change, you can exit this loop and then potentially update your stomatal conductance. And the idea here is that you have more control over how many times you calculate photosynthesis and stomatal conductance. On one hand, you could have it very loosely coupled, right? And accept that it's loosely coupled. We just say it's a loosely coupled system and just walk on. We could just do one simple calculation. Or if we want to make it tightly coupled, we apply the same type of convergence criteria that we had on the delta T to stomatal conductance, right? And have a suitably small epsilon value. And so I ran some tests. I picked what I thought was a suitably small epsilon value of 1,000, right? And you can see that the number of times that we call photosynthesis in the base simulation, which is around 8 for the tropics and 4 in the extratropics and areas with looks like less vegetation, is about halved when we go to this variably coupled scheme, even if we have like a really tight closure criteria. We're also seeing like, nigh indistinguishable differences in GPP. We're seeing some here in these areas, I think mostly because we're looking at a relative difference between the test and the base. We're just dividing by really small numbers. And even so, these differences in GPP are pretty small. And almost no distinguishable differences in vegetation temperature. So that simulation, all said and done, using a fairly strict epsilon value, fixed biogeography, and early in the simulation, ran about 25 to 30% faster. If we're using full FATES and we start allowing more relaxation in that epsilon criteria, the model can get somewhere like twice as fast here. And I also ran simulations where I had a completely loosely coupled. I only allowed photosynthesis conductance calculations once, and it was even faster. So we're kind of at this phase now where we're trying to figure out, well, what is the right closure criteria? What are we willing to accept? All right, two-stream radiation. So I've talked about this a little bit before. So I'll give kind of an overview of our thoughts on why we decided to use it. The big reasons are because we have a lot of experience in it, because our team has already, our team and teammates have put it in ELM, CLM, and ED2. It uses all the same parameters that we're used to, and we can use Gordon's methods that he's already created for transforming parameter constants in the model in the file into the model code itself. The reason why I think it's a nice scheme is because it's infinite order and provides a continuum solution, which also has an impact on how quickly I think we can get the model to run. Why not two-stream? There's other models out there. There's some really cool models like Spartacus, Foresail, Stochastic RT, that do all sorts of interesting things that allow, covariance in like the lateral direction, lateral scattering, 4 streams instead of 2. They're really cool. But at the end of the day, this was just something that we have a lot of experience in and could gain benefits fairly quickly. Adriana's done tests using ILAM and SP, and overall we find we just get better results with a 2-stream. particularly with albedo. I'll skip this slide in the interest of time. I think the only point I want to make is just to reiterate the idea that within a continuous scattering media, we can get an analytical solution. We don't have to discretize and chop everything up. We can actually have the curves continuously over the media that give us the absorption of radiation. And so that could be important, right? So as we chop up a forest canopy into these different radiation scattering elements, when we're using the Norman, we'd have to, discretize everything the vertical. So we'd have to have all these independent solutions here in the vertical, and all these independent solutions, we'd have to run photosynthesis separately, okay? So all these boxes have their own photosynthesis calculations, but that doesn't necessarily have to be true with two-stream. Since we have these continuum solutions, we could actually combine our two-stream equations with the photosynthesis equations with an asterisk there, which I'll explain, so that we only have to do calculations in the Rubisco limited portion of the crown and then integrator equations over the light limited portion of the crown. So we could potentially have many fewer calculations, and we also won't be reliant or influenced on where we actually have these discretization points, how finely or how weakly discretized the canopy is. So that's about it. All right, well, thanks everyone.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. That was awesome. Questions? Yes, Gordon.
Yeah, Ryan, thanks for that. As always, you give really great, clear presentations of what's going on. I wanted to go back to your iterative calculus, for the photosynthesis stomatoconductance, and you were showing the iterative loop. And I think this is more just as a point of, that one. Point of clarification for everybody. Or actually, maybe if you go back one more. That really and this is helpful for me too, to make sure I understand this. FATES is this is the CLM or ELM temperature iteration loop. And FATES is being called in that box that you call the slow box to calculate the photosynthesis and stomatoconductance. So what you're doing is you're really saying like where in that iterative loop is the photosynthesis going to be called. And right now, it's all part of one big massive iteration, and you're really just going to split this off into two iterations is what's going on.
Exactly. Yeah.
But it's not like FATES is updating sensible heat flux or latent heat flux or anything
exactly.
like that. Yeah, that's what I wanted to point out to everybody. This rearrangement that Ryan's talking about is strictly for photosynthesis and stomatoconductance within FATES, and how often is that going to be called within this energy balance solver loop iteration? Is that right, Ryan?
Yeah, yeah, you nailed it.
So it would never change the update H and L? Or would it change the resistances that go into H and L?
Well, yeah, the sensible heat flux and latent heat flux are dependent on stomatoconductance, right?
Still a dependence. Still seems reasonable.
So there's a dependence, but it's more, I'd say it's more we're getting to the same solution, but we're just following a different path.
Yeah, I personally think actually this is, for what you want to do, Ryan, I think makes it cleaner in that you are splitting off these two different iterations, and they can have a different sort of maximum number of iterations or criteria for convergence on it. And I think in some ways it makes it a lot cleaner what's going on.
It will undoubtedly be faster for FATES because, in the numbers I've seen, it's this stomato the stomatoconductance calculations take like 99% of like the wall time for, everything here. Everything in the canopy flux is subroutine, right? So figuring out any way anything we can do to call this fewer times will have a huge impact. I don't know how true that will be for big leaf CLM since, its stomatoconductance calculations don't quite take up such a massive share of canopy flux. but it still might be faster. It's hard to say.
Yeah, and Ryan, and that's the point, that's, everybody, that's why I was explaining all this stuff, is because this has implications for big leaf CLM too. You won't want to do this one way when you're running fates and another way when you're doing CLM. So we have to figure out, like, whatever Ryan's sort of talking about has to come back into the main CLM sort of branch and be done in all different configurations.
Okay. Adriana?
I guess I'm just, all right. I'm gonna just posit this question of like, can we think about sharing some of this code more across Big Leaf, CLM, and Fates? Like, I just think, like, I don't know. I don't know how.
This code's only a week old.
Sorry, I just think, in general, not this code specifically. I meant in general, like the two stream, now we're both doing, now CLM and Fates are doing.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, okay.
You're making these photosynthesis updates. I guess I'm just wondering, like, what is the temperature for the social temperature for having some kind of shared biophysics library? And I'm just thinking about this because of like the PPE, and so it's like I'm calibrating VC Max, and CLM, Linnea, Daniel, and Katie are calibrating similar, not VC Max, but similar parameters, and so I don't know. It's just my.
From a software view, I love this, but it'd also be quite a bit of work. And we have to figure out what it would look like too.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so Ryan, I love what you're doing, with the iteration and everything like that. I'll put a little more brakes on like the two stream, because the way the two stream's being implemented in Fates, at least as I understand it, is very specific to the Fates canopy sort of structure. And this idea of, two different levels in the canopy, multiple leaf layers within that, but then also the idea that you can have different, if I get the word in cohorts, in the same canopy level. And so, whereas in CLM, we just have a leaf, is what we're dealing with. And so how those two very different configurations and then in the multi-layer canopy, it's a completely different way of envisioning a canopy. And so finding a way, we're all using two stream, but we implement it in different ways. And I think one of the things we do want to talk about is like, well, can we just have a common way of doing this across models? But I don't think we're there yet at all. I don't know what your thoughts on that are, Brian.
Well, I mean, it takes engineering, right? I mean, the way that we wrote the two-stream code in Fates was hopefully to be flexible so that, it could be, you could run it if you had like a serial stack of elements, which may or may not be somewhat similar to your new model. It could run on one element, which would be kind of equivalent to like the big leaf, or it could run in this amalgamation of parallel and serial stacked elements for which we have in Fates now. So it was written with extensibility in mind. But yeah, I mean, we've got to pay an engineer in order to do the work, right?
Yeah. So I know Rosie has a question, but we're kind of going way over time. So maybe we come back to this at the final discussion.
It's not a question, it's just a comment, Eric, on this topic.
Yeah.
First thing is on shared code, I think Ryan's two-stream code is flexible enough to do what already happens inside of the CLM two-stream model. It's like a two-stream model is like a subset of what happens inside of Ryan's code. So in principle, CLM could use that.
Okay.
The second thing, Fates works in lots of different system models, and so we can't necessarily just tie ourselves to one shared repository like that very easily without making it kind of autonomous. The third thing is we have a postdoc advert out at the moment for someone to work on Fates multi-layer work, which is with Jerome Chava's group in Toulouse, working with Jerome Auger. And so if anyone knows anyone who's like super into really hardcore physics of this sort, then send them to France.
Okay. right, cool. So next we have Jessica Needham and talking about vertical scaling of leaf maintenance, respiration, and fates.
Okay. Can you all hear me okay?
Yep. And we
Okay, great.
slides and they look great.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, I'm going to be describing an experiment looking at how changing the vertical scaling of dark respiration in fates impacts vegetation dynamics. I'll just start by thanking co-authors and Energy Tropics and DOE for funding. Okay, so some of the motivation for this work was that a little while ago we added in the option of calculating dark respiration using equations from Atkin et al. 2017. This is nice because it's based on this really large observational data set, different species across different biomes, but it did lead to higher respiration globally and resulted in this quite low LAI bias in our global runs. And then last year, this paper came out suggesting that the decrease in respiration through the canopy might actually be greater than the decrease in photosynthesis. So that suggested that possibly we could play around with these, the vertical scalings of photosynthesis and respiration to try and improve conditions in the understory for understory cohorts and hopefully improve this LAI bias. And then just kind of stepping back a little bit, respiration in general is important. This is a figure from the 2001 IPCC report showing carbon cycling on land. So GPP is estimated here at about 120 petagrams of carbon per year and autotrophic respiration at about 60 petagrams of carbon per year. There's obviously a lot of uncertainty around these numbers. But the point really is that about half of the carbon taken up by photosynthesis is being respired back to the atmosphere by plants. So this is, a huge important flux, and we kind of need to be representing it correctly in these models. So in fates, respiration is divided up into growth and maintenance respiration. Growth respiration is basically a tax on any GPP that's left over once we've accounted for maintenance respiration. Maintenance respiration is calculated separately for leaves, sapwood, and fine root, but today I'm just focusing on the leaf maintenance respiration part. And so this is the equation from Atkin et al. 2017. We have this sort of linear relationship with top of canopy nitrogen content with this offset, which is PFT dependent. We have a term describing temperature acclimation, and then there is another term describing sort of instantaneous vegetation temperature, but I've left that off for simplicity. The problem that we have is that this is all top of canopy leaf maintenance respiration. And fates is a multi-canopy layer model. So unlike the big leaf model, we have cohorts that are existing in the understory and in the canopy. They're experiencing really different light environments and have sort of different physiological processes as a result of that. So it's important for fates and for other multi-canopy layer models to understand how processes like photosynthesis and respiration are scaling vertically through this vegetation profile. So in fates, we scale various processes through the canopy using this sort of equation from Lloyd et al. 2010. So it's kind of describing the gradient in photosynthetic capacity based on photosynthetic capacity at the top of the canopy. So it uses VC max at top of canopy to be calculated, and then VC max actually gets calculated by this scalar to determine gradients through the canopy. So that's how we scale photosynthesis through the canopy. It's less clear what we should do about respiration. So this is, again, that equation I just showed you. Our sort of default assumption is that it should just be scaled the same as photosynthesis. So just have a constant ratio between photosynthesis and respiration through the canopy. So that's what's in the model at the moment. But then, as I mentioned earlier, this paper came out last year based on observations from BCI, so this tropical forest in Panama, where they actually found this kind of linear decrease in R dark through the canopy. So this is top of canopy, and then this is kind of deep in the understory. There was this, and this decrease is greater than the decrease they observed in photosynthesis. So we don't want to put a linear model into fates because it will go through zero, and I don't want that. So we'll just continue to use this negative exponential function, but basically play around with how steep or how shallow it is. So we can do that. Now we have a different scalar than the one we used for photosynthesis. And we do that by just changing this one parameter here. So this is kind of what I was testing in this experiment. So this is leaf maintenance respiration. This is the top of the canopy. This is the understory. So the pink line here is our default in FATES. So this is where the ratio between photosynthesis and respiration is constant through the vertical profile. I'm testing 2 runs where we have more shallow respiration through the canopy, and then 3 runs where we have a sort of more steep gradient in our dark. And if I plot the observations from the Lamore et al. Paper, you can see there's pretty variable, these observations, but none of these runs are sort of actually outside of the realms of possibility here. So we have a number of hypotheses about how changing this vertical scaling is going to influence dynamics in FATES. First of all, we're hoping that if you have steeper gradients in R dark through the canopy, you should end up with higher LAI, and mostly that will be through this trimming algorithm in FATES. So in FATES, leaf layers that are in net negative carbon balance are basically shed and not replaced. So trees are constantly updating their leaf biomass allometries so that they're not growing leaves that kind of were previously in negative carbon balance. So if we have lower understory respiration, we'd expect less trimming, and we should end up with higher LAI. And that is going to have downstream consequences for many processes like NPP, carbon storage, the water cycle. We also expect that if we have lower understory R dark, we should have a decrease in understory mortality. So in FATES, if respiration is outweighing photosynthesis, plants are going to start to deplete their stored carbon, and they'll eventually die of carbon starvation mortality. So if we have steeper gradients in respiration, we should sort of allow plants to remain in positive carbon balance and hopefully reduce that carbon starvation mortality. And that would then also have the impact of increasing LAI, because if you have more understory cohorts surviving, LAI should also increase. And then finally, we expect that this will have an impact on competitive dynamics between PFTs. Specifically, it should, we think, improve conditions for shade-tolerant plant functional types. These are life history strategies that are able to survive in the understory. So if we're I think when we first introduced the Atkin respiration model, we basically weren't really getting an understory at all. And so these shade-tolerant PFTs were basically dying out. But if we can improve conditions by making respiration lower, then hopefully those shade-tolerant PFTs will start to do better. Okay, some results. So just a reminder, here's the 6 different curves I'm testing. V3 is the default here. So this is results for LAI. So this is our default run in the top right here. And this is the absolute LAI and the scale bar on the right here. And then the other panels are showing the absolute difference from the default. So blue colors here mean lower LAI than the default, and red means higher. And we're looking at the scale bar on the left for this. So you can see this kind of matches our expectations. In V1 and V2, we have this shallow gradient in our dark, so higher respiration in the understory, and that leads to lower LAI than our default. And then in this bottom row, we have steeper gradients in respiration, so we see this increase in LAI as expected. And it's a fairly large increase. LAI is about 1 LAI unit higher than the default in this most extreme example. Okay, so this is understory mortality. The results here are a little bit less clean. Again, this is the absolute values, so understory mortality rate per year for the default run, and then the differences in the other panels. So we'd expect to see higher understory mortality in V1 and V2, and lower understory mortality in the bottom row. And we kind of see that if you look at the tropics. But there's a lot of weird things going on. So we actually have higher understory mortality in V6 here in the Western Amazon, which I don't fully understand. And then there's these kind of like patchy dynamics that I need to explore further. But it does look like this very high mortality in the US maybe is being improved in some of these simulations, but I need to dive into these a little bit more. MPP is a more straightforward story. So again, here's our default run, and then here's the differences. So shallow gradients in respiration lead to lower NPP, more steep gradients in respiration led to higher NPP. And again, this is about 10% higher in this V6 simulation than in the default. And that translates into increases in vegetation carbon. So again, here's our default vegetation carbon. Here are the differences. Here it's about 10% higher in this V6 simulation compared to default. Okay, so here's some ILAM results. We just focus on LAI for the moment. You can see that we do see some improvement in LAI as we have these steeper gradients in R dark through the canopy, but the differences are fairly small. There's actually this sort of decrease in the fit between the model and the observations in biomass, and I'm going to come back to that later. And okay, this is just looking at the maps of the biases here. So this is our two end member simulations. So the gradient in respiration versus the steepest gradient in R dark. So here's modus LAI on the left, and then the modeled LAI on from Fates and the bias. So, you know, we still have some biases, especially it's actually high biased in Europe and parts of North America, but this sort of very low bias in the tropics has been improved somewhat when we have this steeper gradient in R dark. Okay, and then the final part of this work was carried out by a Suli intern, Sharmila Day, who was working with me last summer. So here we were exploring the effect of these gradients in leaf maintenance respiration on competitive dynamics. So these were single site simulations at BCI in Panama. We had 2 PFTs, an early and a late successional, and we started with just a large ensemble to find a parameter set that had some degree of coexistence, which is not always straightforward, as I think Jenny's going to talk about in her talk. Here, the scalings are actually slightly different. So V1 is now our default. V2 has highest understory dark respiration, and V3 is actually just the linear model taken straight from the Lamore et al. Paper. And what I'm showing here is the above ground biomass through time for the 2 PFTs. So the shade tolerant is in the lighter color and the light demanding in the darker color in each case. And what Sharmila found was that you can completely flip the dominance of these PFTs just by changing the scaling of the dark respiration. So when we have our default run, which had the lowest understory dark respiration, we have the shade tolerant dominating as expected. But we can get the light demanding to dominate just by shifting the scaling to have higher understory respiration, and then we have a greater degree of coexistence if we have this intermediate linear model. So our hypothesis was supported, but I should say that these results were extremely sensitive to the initial parameterization of the PFTs. So in this particular parameter set, we can kind of flip that dominance. We didn't always see that with different ensemble members. So I'm going to repeat some of this work, basically trying out the 3 different scaling, or actually might just switch to using the negative exponential, but basically showing how sensitive the sensitivity of competitive dynamics to this scaling is pretty dependent on initial parameterization. Okay, so yeah, vertical scaling of dark respiration has a pretty big impact on vegetation dynamics through its control on these individual tree carbon budgets. As expected, if you have steeper gradients in respiration compared to photosynthesis, you end up with lower mortality in the understory and higher LAI, and it has a fairly large impact on competitive dynamics. And then one more thing, I wanted to return to this figure here because you might have wondered why this biomass is getting so much worse here. You know, this isn't unexpected because basically we were improving conditions for understory plants. So if you have more understory cohorts, biomass gets higher, and we started out with this pretty high biomass bias already. But I'm not too worried about this. point of this work was to try and fix this LAI bias, which it did to some extent. And there's other ways that we can improve the high biomass bias, specifically looking at things like allometries and mortality, which are at the moment fairly unconstrained. So I have been doing a little bit of work with allometry using databases of crown area and height and above ground biomass. And when we start to put those in, we can actually improve this, the biomass. So this is our default, and then having observationally constrained crown area, height, and above ground biomass does lead to a decrease in this high biomass score. But I actually did this first, and then when I changed the scaling to improve LAI, that actually got worse again. So still work to be done. That's it. Thank you.
Jessica, questions in the room? Yes.
Yeah, thanks for this. This is really interesting. I'm wondering, I know that this kind of the BCI data was sort of a starting place. I'm wondering if you have a sense of how like generalizable the sort of trend in the ratios between dark respiration and photosynthesis being different in like other systems, and if you were able to kind of get a sense of that, if that would maybe deal with some of the sort of like global I guess noise sort of in that response. I'm just wondering if you thought about that at all, or
Yeah, I have, and as far as I'm aware, there's not a huge amount of information on this. So the GlobResp database that all the Atkin work is based on is only top of canopy measurements. Then there's that paper from Lamore et al., which is one site in BCI. I think the Lloyd et al. Paper from 2010 has some measurements of dark respiration through the canopy. So that's based on, I think, 740 trees or something across the Amazon. So I'm going to go back and look at some of that data. But my understanding is that we don't actually have a lot of observations of how dark respiration is changing through the canopy. So hopefully, I think there's some work by NG Tropics looking at this in Manaus now in the Amazon. So hopefully we'll have more observations in the future, but it does seem like there isn't a whole lot of information out there right now.
makes sense. Thanks.
Any questions in the chat?
Sorry. It's okay. Rosie might have mentioned there's a job that's going to be available.
Oh, right. Yeah, she talked about it earlier.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else online have a question? You want to raise your hand or add to the chat? Okay, I guess we'll move on. And next we have Jennifer talking about towards coexistence, data-driven fate simulation across the Amazon.
All right, let's see.
How do you pronounce your last name, by the way?
Oh, Kowalczyk.
Kowalczyk, okay.
Okay. I wasn't able to join a breakout room to test this process, which doesn't bode well for me, but
Okay.
I think this is going to happen.
Well, we see your slides.
All right, click here when ready to start. All right, is it happening? All right.
Yes, it's good.
Okay, great. So hey everyone, I'm Jenny Kowalczyk, and I'm a postdoc at LBL, and I'm going to talk about some work I've been doing with regional scale fate simulations across the Amazon. And this is in collaboration with Marcos Longo, Jesse Needham, and Charlie Govin. So the motivation for this project is really motivated by the big driving questions of the NG Tropics project. And one of those is, how will rising CO2, climate change, and land use affect climate vegetation feedbacks and hydrology in the Amazon? So we know that recycled moisture from transpiration is a really important as a moisture source for rainfall over the Amazon, and how might that change with different deforestation scenarios, with the CO2 fertilization effect. So we want to be able to use FATES to look into a lot of these questions. But before we can run it coupled to the atmosphere, we need to do calibration and testing offline. And so that's what I've been working on. So our goal then is to get realistic continental scale fate simulations with multiple coexisting PFTs. The challenge that other people have mentioned too is that coexistence is tricky. So it arises from different species having different trade-offs in their life history strategies. And in addition, the force structure will depend on a balance of growth and mortality rates. And so there's a lot of vital traits and rates that we need to have parameterized correctly to simulate coexistence in the model. And as other people have mentioned, the Fates parameter space is very large. So I've kind of been thinking of it in quadrants here, defined by the degree of model sensitivity and how well a parameter value is constrained by data. So do you all see my mouse when I move it on the screen or not?
No.
No, okay.
Before.
Well, I'll just describe. So in the bottom here we have parameters that the model isn't very sensitive to. We don't really they're not constrained by data, but like we're not going to worry about it. And then on the top left, we have parameters that the model is not very sensitive to, and they're well constrained by data. So like we don't even have to worry about those either. And then on the bottom right, parameters that are not well constrained by data, and the model is very sensitive to those. So, those we can use to tune the model, or we can try to target field campaigns to make more measurements of that parameter value if that's possible. And then finally, in the upper right, we have parameters that the model is very sensitive to, and they're well constrained by data. So you might think like, yay, we're in really good shape there. But the caveat is that the optimal parameter value in the model might be different from our measurement because of compensation for processes that are incompletely represented or missing from the model. So it's a tricky problem. So our approach has been to use to construct data-based plant functional types, and this is work that's been done by Marcos Longo. So he has compiled a huge number of observations from the TRI database and other data sources for tropical trees in the neotropics, and done this analysis of trait data for these different traits shown in the table. And then he's done a cluster analysis to see what PFTs what clusters kind of naturally arise from that enormous data cloud. And so his analysis has identified 4 tropical tree PFTs. So a drought deciduous, and then early, mid, and late successional evergreens. And so this figure from one of his presentations last year is just showing the distribution for some different traits for those 4 clusters. So specific leaf area, as we would expect, the early evergreens have a high specific leaf area, and we can see a gradient there with early, mid, and late successional. Wood density, we also see clear separation between the early, mid, and late successional PFTs in the direction we would expect for that. Photosynthetic rate, and then xylem P50. So before I started using those PFTs, one of the first simulations I tried was just what happens if we run with a default parameter file. So this is full Fates with competition. And we get that the region is dominated by drought deciduous trees. And then if I take the PFTs that I just showed from Marcos's cluster analysis, initially the region is dominated by the early successional evergreen. So this is already an improvement, right? I mean, it's more realistic to have an evergreen. If we have to pick one PFT to dominate the regions, it's more realistic. And I did some runs, some simulations, kind of varying different parameters to look into this. And it's predominantly because in the default parameter file, the SLA for the drought deciduous tree is really high. And so it outcompetes everything. And sorry, there's like a little thing in the way of my screen. Anyway, in the initial simulation with Marcos's PFTs, the reason the early successional evergreen is dominating is because we have parameters encapsulating the live fast part of its life history strategy, like making cheap wood and cheap leaves, but not the dying young part. So our process to try to increase coexistence between the PFTs that Marcos generated is running offline continental scale simulations with climatology from the Global Soil Wetness Project. And so we adjust what we think are some key parameters related to mortality and carbon balance. So basically we focused on trying to represent like the downsides of the early successional life history strategy and make the late successional more competitive. And then we do simulations in no competition mode to assess how the outcome looks relative to our ecological expectations. So the ecological expectations that we've mainly focused on initially are that we shouldn't have early successional trees being able to survive in the understory, but we should see late successional surviving in the understory. And we iterate the first two steps until the simulations look pretty good in no comp mode. Then we turn competition back on and cross our fingers. So here's an example of some of the changes we've made in this process. So on the left is a figure of background mortality rate versus wood density. And in the FATES parameter file, by default, there's a constant background mortality rate for the PFTs. But there's been studies showing that background mortality rate is lower for trees with greater wood density. They're less vulnerable to hydraulic failure, to damage from pathogens, to wind breakage. And so this figure is just showing different functional forms of that relationship from different studies. And we chose to implement the Kraft values from the Kraft et al. Paper for our PFTs. And then on the right, I'm showing a plot of, so in FATES, when the carbon storage pool gets below the target leaf biomass, the PFT reduces maintenance respiration to kind of hold off carbon starvation mortality. And so the default function for this relation is the one in the middle here that I'm pointing to. And we changed parameter values for the early successional evergreen so that it just like happily keeps respiring away, even though it's using up its carbon storage pool until it's too late. And then it's like, oh no. Whereas the late successional evergreen, as soon as this ratio on the bottom dips below 1, it's like, oh no, I better cut back on maintenance respiration. So it's taking a very conservative strategy. So just to summarize all the parameter changes that we made in this process. So I used the nitrogen and phosphorus stoichiometric ratios for leaves, specific SLA and wood density from Marcos's analysis. As I mentioned on the previous slide, we implemented a linear function for background mortality as a function of wood density. We have the leaf lifespan increase with wood density and also set the fine root lifespan equal to the leaf lifespan. We have the carbon storage cushion increase with wood density for evergreen PFTs. Initially, I think this is actually still the case in the default parameter file, the hydraulic failure soil moisture threshold parameter is basically 0. So there's not hydraulic failure mortality. So we increase those to realistic values that Polly Thornton suggested, and also had it decrease with increasing wood density so that the higher wood density trees are less vulnerable to hydraulic failure mortality. Also, as I mentioned on the previous slide, how we changed the functional form of the maintenance respiration reduction for the PFTs. We adjusted the maximum mortality rate from carbon starvation to be very high for the early successional and low for the late successional. And then Jessie showed some of her allometry work, so we used her new parameters from that analysis. And this is just here for, in case anyone is interested, I'm not going to read all the numbers, but. So how do things look when we turn competition back on? So recall this was in the initial run with Marcus's PFTs, the early successional evergreen was dominating. And after all the changes that we made that I listed on the previous slide, I kind of realized like, whoops, I'd kind of ignored the mid-successional, and now, we made life more difficult for the early successional, but since I didn't really do anything with the mid-successional, it became the new early successional and took over. So then I'm like, all right, this problem is too complicated with 4 PFTs. Let's just reduce the number of PFTs. So if I do that, then we get some degree of coexistence between the early and late and dry deciduous PFTs. So that was as of November of last year. And since then, we've made some code developments or code changes that have helped the late successional PFT. So adding a third canopy layer. And then Jesse implemented the ability to have understory leaves have a separate lifespan from canopy leaves. So we can set the understory leaf lifespan to be greater than canopy leaf lifespan. And then Marcos implemented the ability to choose a linear function or an exponential function for carbon starvation mortality and change the shape of those curves. And so with those changes, you can see that now the late successional is starting to do a little better. And just to illustrate the variations in the carbon starvation mortality function. So on the top here, I'm showing crown areas for the early and late with linear. So the dark blue line for the early successional and the red line for the late successional. Whereas if I use exponential functions, as shown in the light blue and orange, this benefits the late successional by having even lower carbon starvation mortality. And here, this isn't really a realistic parameterization because the early successional has a non-zero mortality even when its carbon storage target is reached. But it's just to illustrate like the sensitivity to this function. And then just the other day, I was talking to Polly Thornton, who's doing really interesting work with fates in Puerto Rico with a different set of PFTs. And she mentioned that she's found that PFT-specific allometry is really important for getting coexistence between PFTs. So, so I tried in the bottom panel here using Marcus's allometry fits for height for each PFT, and it does help. So you can see here that he found that the late successional evergreen is the tallest, so it has the ability to overtop the other PFTs, and so not surprisingly, it does really well with that allometry. So in summary, our fates simulations with competition have shown progress from early successional dominance across the Amazon and surrounding regions to late successional dominance in this process of adjusting parameters to reflect trade-offs in the different life history strategies. So I'm just showing these maps of crown area, which you've seen before, and then the bottom row is showing total biomass for each PFT over time. So I think now we've probably actually made life too difficult for the early, I think we've been too aggressive in the killing the early successional via carbon starvation mortality, because I think, I think it's realistic that it's dominating in the beginning, but it just dying out completely doesn't seem very realistic. And the next steps, we want to benchmark the simulations, of course. So we are looking into the feasibility of using growth and mortality rates from census data. Using different, of course, I can use different products on ILAM like LAI, GPP. And then there's a new study that came out that has some nice remote sensing maps for the basin. So like this map of above ground biomass here. And just doing kind of like a back of the envelope calculation, comparing the figures I showed of the total biomass and kind of adjusting for how much is above ground and converting units in your head. The biomass here is higher than what I'm getting. And I've been working a lot on trying to get Fates Hydro running across the basin to bring that in. And then at some point, I gave Spitfire like one initial try last year, but at some point we'll bring Spitfire back in. Marcos is working on doing perturb parameter ensembles at a handful of sites to kind of more rigorously explore the parameter space. And then kind of a side project that I'm interested in working on is see if neural network machine learning surrogate models can be used to predict coexistence from traits and also growth and mortality rates. And this would build on work by Ling-Cheng Li that he published last year, where he used a decision tree machine learning algorithm for a single site. I think it was BCI. Whenever I forget where the site was, I'm just going to guess BCI. I think it's usually BCI. But just based on traits and not including growth and mortality rates. So we think that one, like the neural network instead of decision tree might do a little bit of a better job. And two, maybe if we include growth and mortality rates, we can get surrogate models that are valid across the basin. And then that opens up a whole new ballpark of possibilities for calibrating. And yeah, that's it. So thanks a lot, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Yeah, Rosie.
The chat? No, nothing in the chat.
Oh,
nothing
in the
chat.
Rosie and Ryan both have their hands up.
Yeah, Rosie.
Cool. That's totally fascinating. And yeah, lots of these problems are very familiar to me. And so I guess the thing that like where I sort of left this problem some time ago, I kind of felt like Fates has this tendency to have dominance by one or the other, like the plots you showed of the kind of successional trajectories. It kind of wants to have only one plant functional type some of the time. And I always found it a little weird because we have gaps and we have late successional places. And if we have basically aligned our PFTs with those environments, then we should be able to kind of have this stable coexistence. And so I kind of feel a bit like what might be going on is that the sort of the fundamentals of the model have a positive feedback to whatever is most successful in terms of its trait combination, which is too strong. And so I wondered whether you had played around with things like the balance between regeneration and seed rain, and maybe also like in Charlie's paper in 2020, he has this analysis of how like the disturbance properties affect like how much the system's set back to the beginning of succession, and how that whether that favors late successional versus early successional things. So there's like a couple of things that kind of affect like that affect the fundamental feedbacks in the system, and I wondered if you'd like played around with those at all in your sort of exploration of the space.
Yeah, so I have not played around with the first thing you've mentioned, anything involving like seed dispersal and regeneration. We did make adjustments to one of the parameters that you mentioned in the second part from Charlie's paper about what happens after disturbance. So I'm blanking on what that parameter is called, but it's like mort disturbed frac or something. We did play around with that.
Cool. Oh yeah, I'm fascinated to see how this develops. So thanks.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, like you say, it is a tricky problem, and one thing I'm realizing, I mean, because there's so many different levers that you can pull to make adjustments. Now that the late successional are dominating, I'm remembering that when I first started working in the project, one weird thing I noticed is that even in no competition mode, if I set VC max for the late successional, anywhere in the neighborhood of the value that Marcos found in his an average value in his tri-analysis, like it wouldn't even grow, like it wouldn't even grow in no competition mode. So I had to leave VC max pretty high for the late successional, but now that it's doing so well, I'm like, maybe I can bring VC max down to a more reasonable value. But yeah, it's you're like juggling all these different buttons. So
Brian has his hand up.
Yeah, we have a lot of good discussion here, but I think we need to move on. So could we maybe talk in the chat? Does that work, Ryan?
We do have general discussion.
In there we have general discussion, yeah, so we could get back to it too, possibly. Yeah, okay. So let's move on to Charlie. Land updates in Fates. So.
Great, can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right, and can you see me as well?
Yes.
All right, and
Jeff, I need to stop sharing.
Yeah, we still see Jennifer's, okay, there we go. Thank you.
great, and can you see my title slide?
Yes.
Yes, okay, cool. And I'll click on this, okay, all right. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna round out this Fates and NG Tropics supported session. We're talking about the incorporation of global land use change in ELM Fates, with a focus here on the prescribed land cover configuration. And thanks to lots of people who've been helping me throughout this whole process as we try and get land use working in them all. And so, okay, so what's our motivation here? So so far, Fates has had some elements of land use, but it hasn't had like a full CMIP or trendy class representation of land use change and land cover change in forestry. So on one hand, we haven't had it. On the other hand, though, like Fates has a much greater potential than the sort of legacy CLM and ELM vegetation models to represent land use. The disturbance history is resolved and dynamic. It has the possibility to represent ecosystem succession, which, as Jenny just showed, is not trivial to do, but at least the possibility is there. And then this plant-centered rather than ecosystem-centered view of things allows, just better representation of land use effects, things like logging effects, whatever. And so we want to start off by doing this, by looking at the transient global dynamics, by reattaching the training wheels, so to speak, to use Rosie's phrase, but in this nice way that we can take them off. The training wheels are no longer welded onto the bike, but we do want to sort of put them on for now in order to avoid some of the complications of coexistence and things like that for now, so that we can get an initial version working with prescribed land cover, and then later, when we feel like we have that working, then we can take off the training wheels again and start prognosing land cover, including its interactions with land use change. And so how do we do that, right? And so we've talked a lot about these multiple configurations, and here I'm using this no comp configuration. And basically the point of the no comp configuration is it synthesizes aspects of both PFT based and disturbance based tiling, right? So I adapted this slide that Rosie made, basically saying that like in no comp we actually have both of these types of tiling working. We have both plant functional type tiling and time since disturbance tiling operating at the same time. And the way that works, so in full Fates, right, so we have growth and disturbance competition everywhere. And so we have these patches that are being resolved only by this single continuous variable, which is the age since disturbance. And the PFT composition on any patch is emergent. And whereas in the no-comp configuration, each patch is resolved by both a continuous variable, i.e. age, and a categorical variable, i.e. the PFT that's allowed to grow on that patch. And thus the PFT composition on any patch is prescribed by the patch identity. And so it's, so like I said, it includes both of these aspects of tiling. And so, okay, so now we want to put in land use in this sort of configuration. So we want to add a, land use dimension to all this. So how do we think about this? Like, well, okay, so what we want here is to, is to layer this land use type as an even higher level categorical variable for patches. So imagine you've got a grid cell and you've got, some number of patches on it. And you have some land use, state on it. And so it looks something like this, right? You've got some primary land, some secondary land, some pasture. Here I've gotten rid of range land just to simplify it, and you've got cropland. So you've got these 4 different land use types. And then on top of that, we want to then layer within it the prescribed land cover within each of these. So that, and this is this no comp PFT. So you might have, a set of patches within those patches, or within each of these areas that have prescribed land use that have different PFTs. So you'll have some PFT1 area, some PFT2, and it'll be different for each of these land use types. Right. So and some land use types might have, like cropland, maybe you have only crop PFTs going on cropland, and you've got some different composition on these other things, right? So you can see that, you were kind of layering on the complexity, right? And then on top of that, we have this age since disturbance as like a third level. So now we have these 2 categorical variables of land use and land cover. And then we've got age since disturbance as a continuous variable on top of that. So now this is kind of gives you a sense of like what kind of, the kind of complex mosaic that we're actually talking about here. And we've got all of these things running, right? And so, so doing this with textures, right? You've got some number of textures, some, with different ages from, very young to very old. Across each of these things, and that so you might, and also a function of the PFTs, and then of course we want to do all this in a dynamic way, right? So where gross land use transition rates drive updates to these patch PFT and age mosaics in some way that like makes sense, right? When you disturb land, you want to reset the age. We know that the PFTs are going to be a function of land use, et cetera. So, right? I mean, what could go wrong, right? This seems like a very simple problem, right? Okay, so how do we actually do this? And like Greg talked about before, we sort of need these 2 pieces of information. He talked about the data tool to do that. I'll just talk a little bit about what are these 2 pieces of information we need. One is the land use transition rates, and effectively this is a 5-dimensional data set, which is it's a rate from land use donor to land use receiver type at any grid cell, so by latitude and longitude, and then at a given time and scenario. So it becomes this like 5-dimensional data set that governs, basically these blue arrows here that govern all these rates of changes in a dynamic sense. The second piece of information is this PFT composition conditional on land use type. This is only a 4-dimensional data set. It's time and scenario independent, at least for now. And basically what it is, for any given land use type, what is the PFT composition at any given grid cell? And so that basically is, defines this kind of conditionality of the colors conditional on the land use types, right? And so these are the 2 data sets that we need to drive all this stuff. Okay, so how does the code actually work? So a couple key points here. One is that land use change is disturbance, right? It's just fundamentally land use change is a type of disturbance. And so we have all the mechanisms to deal with that. It's basically just patch splitting and then in our case, relabeling. So what does that look like? So imagine you've got, a land use change from some donor patch to some donor land use type to some receiver type. What you do is you split the patch on this dashed line and just move it from donor patch to receiver patch, change its label, and then, the subsequent patch dynamics handle everything. Okay, so how does this actually now how does it work in terms of this no comp logic where we're actually prescribing land cover as well? So the way it works is same as before. Now we've got some number of patches. We'll call it 1 for each PFT that's on there. In reality, there'll be more than one patch for any given, or possibly more than one patch for any given PFT. But to simplify it, so you split these patches, right? And then you take these patches after you've disturbed them, and you look at them and you compare them to the PFT composition on the receiver type, and you basically say, well, we actually just need to change the sizes and PFT labels of these patches accordingly in order to allow having the right change in land cover conditional on this change in land use. and then just smush it onto the new things, and then let all these, the phase patch dynamics occur. So it's basically pretty simple. I mean, this step here is slightly tricky in practice, but it's the idea is very simple. Okay, simple. So does it work, right? I think that's the key question that people might be interested in. And the answer is yeah, actually, like after dealing with just an insane number of edge cases, I do have something that seems to work now. And so I'm going to show some results from a proof of concept transient historical run. A couple points. One is completely uncalibrated. We haven't done any of the stuff that Adriana was talking about, or Jesse was talking about, or anybody was talking about. So we're going to redo all this stuff once we have some initial calibration on the NOCOM. And here there's climate CO2 are being held constant. So all the dynamics are entirely due to either the initial drift or the forced transient land use. So in addition to all this, I've been testing a new spin-up procedure because the dynamics of land use in this version of things are just fundamentally a bit different from the way they are in the big leaf model, because there's no concept of a constant 1850 land use like that. Because you've got a gross change at any given point from primary to secondary land, it's like mathematically prohibited to have a steady state condition under that. And so we have a slightly different problem to solve on the spin up. So what we instead do is we do the accelerated decomposition and the post 80 spin up in what we're calling potential vegetation mode, i.e. everything is primary land, so there's no land use at all. And then after that, we do this transient land use step, which starts, in this case, start 100 years before the period of interest. What happens on the first time step after exiting potential vegetation mode, all of the land use changes required to get the land use, vector at the start of it is applied on the first day. All the land use change that happened before 1750 happens on the first day. We wrote this in kind of a nice way so that the user doesn't have to actually do anything. It just you just change the flag. You just turn off potential vegetation mode, and it knows based on the restart what it was in before, and it just does all this transition on that first day. All the history that happened before 1750 happening all on the first day creates a transient pulse, which we then need to sort of propagate through the system. And that's why we need to start it before the period of interest. So here we're starting at 1750 for this one. That we're going to run to 1850 to 2000. All right, so what are some of these results? So first of all, here's a map of land use type fraction at year 1750 at the start of the simulation, and then the change over this period from 1750 to 2000. And so so most of the world is primary land at 1750, and then but there's a substantial amount of secondary lands, rangelands, pasture, and croplands. And sorry for the poor quality of these figures. I literally made these this morning because the model story. I'd hoped to get 2015, and I'm only at year 2000 right now. So, but anyway. And then the change in land use fraction is what you see in the bottom. And so you have this massive loss in primary lands all around the world over this period of time. And you can see, what the fate of this loss of primary lands looks like. So some of it's secondary lands, some of it's, rangelands. I hadn't realized before I looked at this how much Australia is all rangelands, but I guess knowing Australia, that makes sense. And et cetera. So you can start to see all these things starting to happen. Okay, so basic sanity checks, how do these globally integrated aerial changes compare to the data that we're actually driving the model with? And so I just pulled out I haven't actually done the quantitative comparison yet, but I just pulled out the figure from David Al's limit paper that shows the LUH2 data that we're using to drive all this, and I tried to get match the colors roughly along the line. So in FATES right now we're doing 5 categories. So not all of these forest, non-forest things are on the LUH2. We're kind of smushing those together. And one point, key point here is you can see already that the sums don't quite add up, right? And on the left in FATES we're adding up to a little over 100 million square kilometers, whereas on the right they're 120 or 130 million square kilometers. The reason why actually is because in no-comp configuration we have these, we have this bare ground fraction. So in the Sahara, we're calling this bare ground based on Peter Lawrence's PFT conditional, or this kind of PFT data set. And because we're holding these bare ground things patched, currently the bare ground actually doesn't have a land use type. It's just like, it's both an absence of a PFT and it's also an absence of land use. And so that, that difference in these two things is like, these like, Sahara and places like that, where it's largely bare ground, and thus, based on our definition, it's a complete absence of either PFTs or land use. And so that's why these things don't quite line up. But I still need to work through exactly like all this stuff. But I think, conceptually, like, it's getting at least the right patterns, but I can't say quantitatively, like, if everything, like, modulo this issue of like how we handle bare ground, if everything adds up correctly yet. That's still to be done. But you can kind of like do some cool stuff with this already, just right out of the box, right? So, for example, in Fates, we have this concept of patch age distributions, which is this kind of new quantity that, or new in Fates that's not in the big leaf model. And so you can say, like, globally, how does this transient land use change these the global distribution of patch area ages? And so you can kind of see, for example, here, this transient pulse of young patches that's happening because of this huge deforestation event that happens on the first day of 1750, where you create all this sort of new patch, young patch area, which then in each of these successively older patch age bins takes a longer period of time to kind of work through the system, right? So it's kind of, you can kind of see that initial transient pulse propagating through the system during these initial period of extended, early transient dynamics as we allow these things to work through. And you can see, during the later, during the late 20th century, when a lot of land use change was happening, you do see some shift towards earlier land use and shift away from these, oldest bin of patch ages. How about these the PFT distribution? So there's kind of two separate ways you can ask, like, what is the PFT aerial coverage? On the left is the no comp PFT, like the sum of each of the patches. Basically, like, if you sum up all the area that a given PFT is allowed to grow on, what does that look like? That's it's effectively determined by the driving data and this sort of logical flow that I outlined in the early part of the talk. On the right is a more emergent thing, that's because just because a PFT can grow on a given patch doesn't mean that it will grow on that patch. And so that's why on the right-hand side, the sum is smaller than on the left-hand side, because you can still get some interstitial bare ground area, between cohorts on a patch where they haven't completely filled the patches because disturbance is happening or whatever, right? And so you do see this different sense of the PFT coverage if you try and evaluate based on what is the actual footprint of all the cohorts on the planet versus what is the total area that PFTs are allowed to grow on the planet. But in both cases, you kind of see roughly the dynamics that you expect, which is, so the tree PFTs are the sort of green colors, the shrub PFTs are kind of the brown and red, and the grass PFTs are the kind of gold and yellow. And so you see what you expect to see, which is, people are cutting down trees and replacing them with grasses. The shrubs, interestingly, the shrubs are one of some of the PFTs also, and again, I should point out, reemphasize, this is like completely uncalibrated. So we don't expect to get, all these PFTs growing everywhere. But for example, like, a lot of the Arctic shrubs, like, don't, the actual area that those PFTs are growing is much smaller than their allowed area. Likewise, like the larches, per normal, larches always behave weirdly, and in this case, they're basically not growing at all. Anyway, but like basic sanity check, it's kind of doing what we might expect it to be doing, in that there's this big transition from trees to grass. You can look at some of these things in sort of a transient zonal mean. So again, this loss of primary lands, happening in different parts of the world. Initially, a lot of deforestation in the mid and high latitudes, and then later on, a really strong deforestation in tropical latitudes, and likewise the sort of growth and shifting of these other land use types over time, happening in regionally differentiated ways. And then again, this is kind of the same thing, right? That I was saying before, this distinction between. So this is the zonal mean dynamics of these the the no comp PFT areas, i.e. how much land is a PFT allowed to grow on. And again, we're getting rid of the trees and replacing them, which are the low numbered PFTs, and replacing them with grasses, which are the high number PFTs, particularly this PFT 11, which is the C3 grass. And then again, this is sort of, again, the actual PFT resolved canopy area changes. And it's not a direct one-to-one correspondence, and it shouldn't be a direct one-to-one correspondence. But because these results are so new, I haven't had time to really stare at it and figure out what's going on here. But yeah, they're different, right? And so we need to understand why and what's actually going on here. And then, likewise, some maps of some of these, the actual resulting vegetation carbon change over this period from 1750 to 2000. So, we've cut down a lot of tropical forests, we've cut down a lot of mid-latitude forest, and we've replacing them with grasslands and things like that. And then likewise, lastly, the sort of zonal mean carbon cycle dynamics, where, we're losing a lot of carbon particularly in the tropics. We're gaining some soil carbon, interesting in the mid and high latitudes. Partially that may be a relic of the spin-up procedure. I didn't really do a super careful job with the spin-up because I was working through a bunch of other things at the same time. So it's possible these are just long-running transients from a poor spin-up. But again, I need to figure this stuff out. And these more complex dynamics of in the total ecosystem carbon sense. And I should say that the scales on these are different, right? On the left-hand side, it's kilograms, and on the right-hand side, it's grams. So again, sorry for the very ad hoc figures. But yeah, so conclusions. We basically have this framework now that we can include this direct land use driven transient land cover dynamics in fades. We're still in the basic sanity checking phase. So far, the results appear to basically make sense, and given what we sort of expect of the model. And now that this kind of transient stuff is possible, this is where the real work actually begins to apply the model, understand how demography changes our understanding of these global carbon cycle dynamics. Because I think this is this no comp version with that we can actually now begin to start using in FENDI and CMIP type configurations. Includes a lot of important science that we can use. So with that, I will end.
Thanks, Charlie. Any questions online?
Ready for the discussion.
Okay, it's all about Jennifer's.
Yeah, it really is just, about this stuff here, so I won't read it out again.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool. Keith?
Thanks for the presentation, Charlie. I've got a naive question. How do you map the prescribed land cover change onto the age class distribution of fates? Do the data sets tell you what ages were converted, or do you have to distribute that onto the age class of fates yourself?
So currently,
do the results depend on how you do that?
Oh wait, sorry, there's feedback. So currently, with one exception, it assumes that it's pulling uniformly throughout the age distribution. So so basically everything is being it's just in the absence of any other information, it's pulling uniformly through from the age distribution. The one exception to that is harvest of secondary lands, where the LUH2 data set does give you separate harvest rates for secondary young and secondary old forests, and so we do pull from so we track for secondary lands. We track separately their age since they were last harvested or anthropogenically disturbed, and so we pull separate, from the old patches in the secondary mature and the young patches from the secondary young. But all other land use transition rates happen, uniformly from the age distribution. And of course, because they're disturbance events, they create zero-aged patches. All of everything creates zero-aged patches because that's just the definition of that FATE uses for disturbance.
Thank you.
Dave.
Yeah, I'll just echo Rosie, it's amazing. So cool you have that working. So what about the harvest? Are you doing, so you are doing wood harvest, and so you must be made a decision whether it's clear cut or it's selective logging, and I guess that's just a decision that can be.
Currently it's all clear cut. I'm doing the simplest version of harvest, which is area driven clear cut harvest. Because because the LUH2 data set, like if you look at the matrix, there is no secondary, there's no primary to secondary conversion or secondary to secondaries. That only comes from these harvest things. And so currently I'm using what, Shiji Shu has been doing this biomass, driven, using the biomass driven harvest rates. That the complication there is that it folds, obviously it's, there's going to be a disagreement no matter what in terms of the initial carbon densities between what LUH2 assumes and what FATE's prognosis. And so obviously you've got to reconcile that somehow. Currently by doing it area based, it's just we'll get an error. That disagreement is going to show up in an error in what's harvested versus an error in the land that's harvested. But there's now I say we because we've re-engineered, or Greg has re-engineered the flow of that harvest logic in FATE. So it's actually now decoupled from the land service data set, using this directly the LUH2 thing. And so because currently the area versus mass-based harvest was kind of pre-programmed into the land service data set. And so you had to, if you wanted to switch one or the other, you had to swap out the land service data set. Now, because both of those are on the the FATE's land use driver data set, it's just a nameless switch. The harvest mode is like, 0 is off, 1 is sort of the old way of doing things just for backwards compatibility, and then 2 and 3 are area-based or mass-based. And so it's a runtime user switch to do it either way. Rosie?
Hey, Charlie. This is amazing.
Thanks.
Really, I want to give you like a party hat and a bottle of champagne, but it takes that. Ask you a question.
It definitely aged me, this exercise.
So my question is, when the age classes were changing, in your figure where you had the kind of pulse that went through at the beginning, I guess I was a bit surprised by how little they changed through the course of the latter land use, and I wondered whether that was because the harvest is taken like evenly from the age classes. That's kind of probably like sort of smoothing out that signal, right? Like, was that have I interpreted what you said right?
It's possible. Yeah, that's very possible. We should.
And if you applied like a sort of naive Forrester algorithm, which was like, let's go and take out the biggest trees first, then that probably would have a bigger signal.
I mean, but that is what's happening. I mean, in principle, at least, and I need to confirm all this, but in principle, at least, that is what's happening for harvest. And I don't know, I think this is a question we can ask, right? Is in terms of the actual land use change, like how does that logic work, and what is the right function for that? So yeah, there's the point of all this is that this creates a lot more problems, right? In a good sense, right? In science problems that we can investigate, and I think that's one of them.
Yay.
Okay, cool. Why don't we thank Charlie for this. And thank you to all the other speakers as well. So I guess we have a couple minutes for closing discussion. Does everybody know what BCI is now?
I do.
You do, okay. Barrow, Colorado Island.
Yeah.
And it's kind of the primary FATE's single point. So. Okay. Anybody else? General questions? And the model working group. I will ask a question, which is from Naoki's talk. He asked the question about, going from Mozart to Miser route. Any thoughts on that? Is there enough people that care about river models?
I don't do it.
You just don't do it, okay.
I know they're important.
I care that you care.
Yeah, I leave that up
We care.
to bigger brains.
We care, okay.
Hydrologists, yeah. Hydrologists use CTSMs.
Right, exactly.
I guess if you can transport more heat and then other stuff, maybe people start looking more.
Right.
But only water is, only for
Right, we need to have tracers, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm really excited
Some
about the idea of
carbon.
tracers.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, right.
Because that's something I tried to get going in the intersectoral impacts MIP a while back. It's some kind of intercomparison of how our models simulate agricultural runoff.
Oh, okay.
At that point, it was just like not something that anybody could really do at scale. So we sort of shelved it, but it's a very exciting area.
Okay, well, that's encouraging to hear, yeah, so good. Oh, there's a question.
I think Rosie raised her hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to, like, Mariana has been working on tracers in getting them into Mozart.
Right, that's true, yeah.
So just so you all know that that's happening.
Cool. Anything else? Will, you have any parting thoughts?
Sure, yep. Yeah, I guess first off want to thank everyone again for their contributions. This meeting's always really fun to see new people come and old friends come back and visit. So it's great to see so many new faces and familiar faces. It's nice. So thanks for coming, and hopefully we'll see you again in a year or at CESM workshop. An esteemed group also got together to decide on the Slater Award, so I'd like to announce that as well. And we'd like to thank Linnea for her contributions to the working group. It's pretty obvious you're having an outsized impact on the trajectory of the working group, so we appreciate it.
Yay.
And we'll see everyone hopefully again soon. Oh yeah, Dave wants our picture. Next year's. Yeah, but you should really just get her. I'm gonna crop me out. Great. All right. Yeah. So thanks everyone for coming, and we'll see you again soon.
Adjourned. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like the obvious choice.